moon rolls across it, and it's going to block out, I think, about 75% of the sun. So the sun will look more like a quarter moon. It's going to happen tomorrow in the early AM. I was trying to find out how long it would stay that way, but nothing I've seen gives the amount of time. So if any of you are early risers, 5:15, 5:30 tomorrow morning, it'll be something unusual to see. Steve, I'll see you there.
I think it's supposed to be between 5:30 and 6:15.
See, you can sleep in. Thanks, Julie. 6:15, you said, is the okay, great. And then what about looking at it? Is this the same thing as like the full eclipse, you know, in the middle of the day?
I plan to wear special glasses. I'm not a scientist enough to tell everyone whether they should or not, but I'm going to wear the ones that I wore a couple years ago.
I've seen some people, I saw that some libraries have a program where they are going to, where they've, you know, talked about the phenomenon, and they had a limited number of special glasses for watching. So do be aware.
We have welder's glasses at Herzog's if anybody's interested.
Are they open at 5 o'clock in the morning then? They'll be arriving.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, great. Okay. 3, I believe, is a quorum. Is that correct? Is anybody gonna correct me on that? 3 members of the committee, a quorum?
Yes, on the quorum.
I think that's correct, right?
Okay. We've got a packed agenda, so I'm sorry that Michelle is running late, but I think we need to get going here. So, Elissa, are we recording and we're live and all?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes. I'm sorry, Rennie. I'm on the phone with Kevin Bryant. Yes, you are being live streamed. You're all set.
Okay, great. So I'm going to give the opening and we will get started here, and hope that Michelle gets here by the time we get into the first item on the agenda. All right. Thank you all for joining the City of Kingston's Common Council at our Finance Committee meeting this evening. Today is June 9th, otherwise known as the day before the Scimitar Sunrise of 2021. Before we begin, we would like to go over a few guidelines to help us navigate this system as efficiently and respectfully as possible. We ask that members of the public and press remain muted and off camera for the length of the meeting. The moderator for tonight is City Clerk Elissa Tenti, and she reserves the right to mute anyone who unmutes themselves. Council members and city staff will control their own mute buttons. Good practice would be to mute yourself if you are not speaking to avoid background noise and feedback. If a council member or staff wishes to speak, they will raise their hands. I will call on members by stating their name clearly for our audio listeners. All of our meetings are recorded, as is this one. Both video and written transcriptions will be made available to the public on the city's website. Although we will not have public speaking tonight, you can sign up to speak at our monthly council meetings. Please email Elissa Tenti to sign up by noon the day of the meeting, or you can submit written comment for the record by the same deadline. The email address is emtinti@kingston-ny.gov. You can also drop comments off at the drop box located outside the side door of City Hall. We also encourage you to reach out to committee chairs or your ward's representative at any time. Clerk Elissa Tenti, as the moderator for today's meeting, has the right to lock and pause the meeting to eject anyone who has behaved inappropriately. Lastly, at tonight's meeting, we have in attendance myself, Chair of Finance Committee, Reynolds Scott Childress, Rennie. We also have committee members, Steve Shabbat, Don Tollerman, and not yet, Michelle. We have also city staff, a number of folks, Julie Noble, Ed Norman, Kristen Wilson, Suzanne Cahill, John Toohey, Kevin Bryant, Dan Gartenstein, Kyle McIntosh, Ruth Ann Devitt, And we have some visitors who will help us through some of the issues that we are looking at. We thank you for your patience during these difficult times, and on behalf of the Common Council, I wish you and your family, friends, and others good health. I now call this meeting to order at 6:43 p.m. All right, so the first change that we are making here to the changes that we already made is to move up the item relating to Bluestone. So that is in your books. That's the Henry Street sidewalk issue. Item number 9 in the published agenda. It's pages 115 to 126 in the documents package. 115 is where it starts. All right. So I will note that usually such decisions would go to the zoning officer, but sidewalk issues are a great moment, and we recognize that we on the Common Council have to take responsibility for working through these fraught issues. So with that said, I will turn it over to Kristen Wilson. Remember, she's going to give us the background here on the decision that we're looking at. We will have time to listen to also the consultants who've done work on this issue to help us understand it better. We'll have a period of discussion where we can ask questions with Kristen Wilson or the consultants, but we cannot debate the issue. We have to wait for there to be a motion and a second in order for members of the council to debate and discuss the issue among ourselves. So if that's clear to everyone, then we will get started. Kristen, come on, wherever we are.
Okay, great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I am the project manager for the Henry Street Safe Routes to School project. So I've been managing the project through design, and our consultants, GPI, Amanda Joy is here this evening to, they are our procured consultants that are working on the engineering and design documents. So Amanda's the main engineer on this project. Amanda, do you want to just say hi and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I am with GPI, the design consultant for the city. My name is Amanda Joy. I am managing the project for GPI as well as doing a lot of the engineering work.
All right, so we wanted to make this presentation because it in recent months, it has been brought to our attention that there are many advocates who are interested in restoring or retaining the Bluestone on Henry Street. And we also know that there are other people who have opinions about not keeping the Bluestone. So we looked at the city's code and the sidewalk code. This is in the letter that I shared with everybody. And it says, so Henry Street is not in a historic district. And it says in our code that in areas of the city that are not designated as historic districts or a landmark, and where there are long stretches of historic bluestone, reusing salvaged historic bluestone from the stretch itself or from the city's bluestone bank shall be considered where practicable. So for us as the staff managers of the project and also the engineers, the question is, how do we interpret practicable? Well, practical is, whether it's able to be done or put into practice successfully. And in this instance, the question is, can Bluestone be funded or not on Henry Street? So we are presenting that information to the council tonight. We are also going to present the engineering, design, and challenges with Bluestone and with concrete, so that the Common Council members have all of the information from a technical and financial point of view on the technical issues and the financial implications of using Bluestone, We have suggested using it for a certain section of Henry Street. And as Amanda gets into her PowerPoint presentation, you'll be able to understand more why. So we'll do that presentation and then we'll answer any questions. And it looks like Dan wants to say something.
Dan Gartenstein?
Yeah, if I can just clarify for a second, going back to what Kristen just said, and I know Mark had attempted to join the meeting. There is some disagreement amongst the historic preservation boards as to whether or not a portion of the street actually is in the historic district. So when Kristen says it's not, there is some dispute about that. Whether or not that's controlling or whether or not that's relevant is a question for the council, but there is a dispute and there are claims that a portion of the street actually is in the district.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that prior to this meeting, and I don't think Amanda was either. So we're going to go forward with the presentation, as we had planned, and then we can go forth from there and discuss. If Amanda is given ability to share her screen, she has a PowerPoint to share. I believe Elisa may need to give her permission to share.
There's that also, Elisa, if you can hear me, Michelle Hirsch is trying to get into the meeting. So if you could, there she is. All right. Hi, Michelle, welcome. We're just getting started. We're talking about the Henry Street issue. We moved that up even further on the agenda for today. So it's item number 9, which is pages 115 to 26 in the agenda package, if you want to look at it. And we're about to get a presentation from Amanda Joy of GPI, helping us to understand the choice. Okay, is that clear? All right, great. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I still don't have the ability to share my screen, so I'm just.
I'm working on it. Give me one
Okay.
second.
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, you should be all set.
Okay. All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
So Kristen gave a brief overview of the reason why we're presenting today. So I'll just skip ahead. This slide may or may not be relevant based on what was just said earlier, but this was the information that we had to work with. So I'll just use this and we can modify based on any additional information we receive. This is the location of what we had thought was the limits of the Stockade Historic District. We also show the limits of about where the project area was going. And we show in yellow the places where we were anticipating to place bluestone sidewalks. So that would be from Wall Street to Pine Street on both sides of the roadway. Some of the reasons that we were looking to place bluestone in just this area is based on the condition of the existing bluestone sidewalks that are out there, as well as the difficulty of removing and resetting bluestone sidewalks in a certain spot. It is a delicate process, especially with historic bluestone that have been there for a long time. You can lose slabs as you remove them, or as you place them, or as you store them. So there's a lot of complications that go into that. But just to give you an idea of the existing bluestone inventory along Henry Street, if you're not too familiar with it, existing bluestone is primarily west of Clinton Avenue. So that would be from Wall Street to Clinton. The bluestone varies in condition. Some slabs are very good condition and some are very poor. There are very few areas along Henry Street where, in my opinion, there are 3 bluestone flags in a row that are in good condition and could remain. So this is for very many reasons. The most concerning reason for us is due to cracking of a slab or due to non-ADA compliance. So something that we're always looking at is less than a 1/4 inch tripping hazard. That's for anyone that has a physical or visual disability. And as you go along Henry Street, you'll see, and I'm sure this is the case throughout the city, that most of the historic bluestone flags do show some signs of delamination. Anywhere where there is some existing conditions that have cracks or delamination, and I'll go into that in the next slide, that's something that we flag as something to take note of. Although you'll see in some of the photos that I'm about to see, some of the bluestone flags are large and are in very good condition. So here are some photos so you can kind of see an array of the variety of different bluestone conditions along the corridor. In some instances, they're in very good condition, which you can see more on the bottom right-hand side. Or sometimes there's slabs that are mostly missing, which you can see on the upper right-hand side. Or some of them are just starting to show some cracks, or they're also showing some delamination at the edges, so that's a tripping hazard between slabs. I'm also going to blow up one of the photos here, a couple of the photos so you can see. So some of the things that we look at that may not be as obvious are on the left-hand side, where you start to see those slabs that are really dark after a rain. That's places where we're concerned that it's going to start to crack soon, where the water is starting to infiltrate through the slabs. So that's a case where maybe the slab doesn't look like it's in really poor condition right now, but we're not just considering when we're done with this project. We want to make sure that the city, when we are done with this project, is not inheriting any additional issues that we didn't account for. So that's just something that may differ from our opinion of the existing bluestone inventory to some other people may view it different ways. Here are some other shots of different areas throughout Henry Street. On the upper left-hand side, you can see there's a few slabs that are in good condition, or flags, but then you can start to see that they start to tilt a little bit, they've settled, or they've raised in different spots because of trees, or maybe poor drainage or poor subcondition or subgrade condition. So that's very representative throughout the corridor of, even though the slabs may be in good condition themselves, they would not be compliant and they would need to be reset, even if they were to stay in their same location. And that can become complicated then they could become damaged through the process. So it is complicated to look at those. And then on the bottom, you can see some other variations of, you can have a really nice, beautiful slab next to one that's completely broken up. So I know Kristen and I have talked about this and why some of the slabs may be more damaged than others. Here you can see a little zoomed in view of where I was talking about before, where you see some very good slabs in the forefront of the photo, and then you can see how the slabs are settling or uplifting as we look further down the photo.
Amanda, can I just
Yeah.
jump in for a second? I just want to note that we didn't talk much about the history of this project, but it is funded by the New York State DOT through the Transportation Alternatives Program, and it's a federal aid project. And so that means that it must, when we use the federal monies, the project must result in an ADA compliant sidewalk system. So that is not negotiable. When DOT comes to inspect the project at the end, it must be ADA compliant, and that means that there cannot be more than a 1/4 inch of variation in the sidewalk surface, throughout the entire corridor. So that's one engineering limitation that we have to work with if we were to use that funding source.
So I've shown some photos of existing bluestone, and I'll talk about some of the existing bluestone installations that are through the city that we see some things that happened, and we just want to talk about some of our concerns about that. But first, I'd like to go into some of the benefits of Bluestone sidewalk, and then I'll talk about the concerns, and then I'll move into talking about the benefits of concrete sidewalk, and then our concerns with concrete sidewalk. So from our perspective, which is from an engineering perspective, the benefits of Bluestone sidewalk is that it upholds the historical context of the area and the city, and it's more aesthetically pleasing than concrete. When we look at anything, we also have to consider maintenance, because we don't want to just look at when the construction is done. We have to look at how the adjacent property owners and the city are going to deal with something moving forward. So in terms of maintenance, Bluestone doesn't really have many benefits because it is a more difficult material. So in terms of historic Bluestone, which is something that you see throughout Kingston, that has a much longer lifespan. They're thicker slabs, which I'm sure many of you have seen. So they have about 100 or more years lifespan. In a lot of cases, Bluestone has a longer lifespan than that. Unfortunately, because sidewalks are put up to the test because they're salted or people drive on top of them, like I know Kristen said she saw a Central Hudson vehicle that was parked on top of a Bluestone sidewalk. They are up against more things than a lot of other Bluestone is. You can see that especially when you see any areas where there's Bluestone curbing, that's put up against the elements of roadway, runoff and salting, and you can see that it just delaminates and falls apart. So what we've seen is that Bluestone as a sidewalk does have a shorter lifespan than some other applications. And it's kind of reaching that, and that's why we're seeing a lot of poor condition throughout the city.
And a quick question, you said that they're not as thick. Why can't the new Bluestone just be cut to the same thickness as the old historic Bluestone?
There just isn't that much Bluestone available anymore, and the way that they're being mined, it's really about a 4-inch to 5-inch slab, which is a pretty good instance, but in some cases it can only be 2 to 3, and it's really difficult to source. So the thicker the slab is, the more expensive it becomes. So in some cases it's just not available because the mines don't see the profit in doing it.
And just one thing to mention, we for the Broadway project, which Amanda will show some pictures later, we did try to source Bluestone locally. It was new Bluestone that we were trying to source locally for the area in front of UPAC, which we did redo in new Bluestone. But we were not able to locate a provider in Ulster County. And ultimately they sourced the Bluestone from Sullivan County. And well, Amanda will show some pictures of what it looks like in front of UPAC. But that's new Bluestone. It's not historic.
Yeah, so for historic Bluestone, which are the thicker slabs that hold up better, it's not really easy to source them because you do have to reclaim them from an existing location, whether that's sidewalk or Kingston has a Bluestone bank. That's really where we're getting historic local Bluestone from. And the new Bluestone, because it is of, I think just in general, lesser quality, as well as it's not as thick, it does have a shorter lifespan than historic Bluestone, and it definitely needs to be supported. And I'll talk about that more right now. One of our major concerns about Bluestone sidewalk is that it's more expensive than concrete. Now, just obtaining the Bluestone is more expensive, but the new Bluestone is less thick, so you need to give it a stronger base. And what we've been doing, and I'll show you photos of what we did in on Broadway in a second, is we're essentially putting a concrete base below the Bluestone. So we're almost putting in a concrete sidewalk and then putting the Bluestone on top so that it has a strong base and it doesn't settle. And that gives it a longer lifespan. And I'll show you what happened on a Beal that only had a stone dust base. The other thing we've talked about on Henry is resetting Bluestone, and I mentioned it before. Resetting Bluestone is complicated just because anytime you remove something from where it was placed, and you store it and then you place it in a new spot, it's open to be damaged. So we conservatively like to estimate how much we would maybe have left. And that's kind of how we based the length of where we thought we could have a successful length of bluestone from wall to pine. Additionally, bluestone is more difficult to meet ADA compliance. That's just because there's natural variations in the flag. It's a natural material. We have some control over that, but it does delaminate. It does have natural grooves that give it that beautiful aesthetic, but we want to make sure that it's within that 1/4 inch that we were talking about. The other thing that's a little more difficult is that it is a flag. So you do have to set it, and it has to be, you know, flush with the next flag and flush with the flag before it. And that's just a little more complicated versus if you have concrete, you're pouring it, so you have more control over the slope, how it meets up, and things like that. So it's just a little more complicated, but just one of our concerns with bluestone versus concrete. It's just a little more to think about. In terms of maintenance, it is a little more complicated as well for bluestone, which is kind of the theme for this is just the repairs and maintenance are a little more complex because it requires more skill. It takes more skill to come in and set a bluestone and make sure that it's compliant, make sure that everything is flush, that you're not going to have issues moving forward. And because of that, it is more expensive for the property owner, just in terms of material and then in terms of labor. So we mentioned we were going to show a couple of the recent bluestone installations. One was on a Beale Street. The bluestone in some locations look great. In some of the spots, like what I'm showing you here, it has started to settle. There are pieces that are already damaged, and there are some that are starting to kind of show some signs that they're going to start breaking if they haven't already. Some of the reasons for this is because it was only done on a stone dust base. So that is the less expensive alternative to putting a concrete base, but this was only done in 2014. So we're looking at 7 years or less later, and there's already pretty significant damage that you can see. So that's just our concern. Looking down the road, we don't want to say you're all set for the next 20 years and you're really not. So that's why we would, if we do bluestone, we would want to do a concrete base, which is what you see we did on Broadway. It's a little difficult to tell because the concrete is wet, but you can see them placing the bluestone flag pieces on top of the concrete base here. And that'll just give it a more solid foundation so that it won't be as susceptible if vehicles drive up on top of it. If there are any drainage things that occur, the fines won't wash out below it and then allow the flag to then become damaged. So now I want to move on to talking about concrete sidewalks. From our perspective, from an engineering perspective, as I mentioned before, it's just easier to comply with ADA requirements because you have more control over the material. You're pouring it, you're setting the forms, you can kind of tell it what to do versus bluestone's kind of telling you what it is and you try to work with it in that manner. It's more cost effective just because it's more readily available. People have a better familiarity with it. And because of that, there's also a faster installation process because more people have done it. And so therefore it's less specialized. In terms of maintenance, it is more readily available materials, so it's easier to be replaced. And because the materials are a little less expensive, obviously there's less of a cost to property owners if anything needs to be replaced. We do have concerns about concrete sidewalk though. From an aesthetic perspective, it's definitely not in competition with bluestone. Bluestone definitely looks better than concrete does. You can do things to concrete to try to make it look better. You can add color that just adds an expense. You can also use a stamp that can kind of give it more of a bluestone look. Our only concern is depending on what type of stamp you use, which they've developed stamps that are a little bit better now, but it can become a little more slippery than just normal concrete that has more of a brushed finish. And then in terms of maintenance, it's a rigid material. So I know you've seen if anywhere where a sub base is undermined, this is very similar to what happens with bluestone sidewalks. The sidewalk can crack. We see this when there's tree roots below or when sub base has been washed out because of drainage. And then I just wanted to end on talking about the financial aspect of bluestone. So if they were comparable in all other ways, bluestone is more expensive. And one of the reasons I mentioned is because we would recommend putting a concrete base below. So for the 2 blocks of Henry Street that we mentioned from Wall to Pine, on both sides of the road, it would cost almost $250,000 just for everything that has to do with the sidewalk. To reset the historic bluestone is pretty close in price just because it is very labor intensive. It would cost just under $200,000. And to do concrete, it would be just over $80,000. And that's all I have in terms of the benefits, the concerns, and the cost.
Amanda, can I jump in for 1 second? When you say, it's Dan Gartenstein, I'm Assistant Corp Counsel, and I attended the HLPC meeting, so to a certain extent, I'm speaking for them. When you talk about resetting the historic bluestone and you cite 196,000, would that be resetting it in concrete or resetting it in sand and risking that it's settled and become, uncompliant with the ADA?
No, it would be in concrete. We would not recommend doing it with sand.
So either way, either of these prices would involve resetting it in concrete?
Yes, correct.
Amanda, if you can repeat, when you set it in concrete, like in Beale Street, what is the downside to that?
When you do concrete?
Yeah, when you, no. When you do a concrete bed and lay the bluestone on top of the concrete.
When you do a bluestone, or when you do a concrete bed with bluestone on top, there isn't much downside. It really comes down to cost. That's the big thing, because you need to excavate further down and then you're just using more material. So the bluestone can last, and it's just a matter of more cost. correct, yes.
Steve Shabbat?
Thank you. Hi, Amanda. I'm Steve Shabbat. I'm Ward 8, which is downtown, the pictures you're showing. And obviously, it goes without saying, I've received a lot of complaints about the sidewalk and TR Gallo Plaza down there. Now, are we saying that's only because it's lacking a base? Because I'll be honest, I've walked on those sidewalks and I have bluestone outside on my sidewalk. Those things do not look anything like the bluestone on my sidewalk. I mean, when I saw them deteriorate, I thought maybe they were reconstituted, or, they're just, and I find it hard to believe, and I'm not calling you a liar by any means, because I'm no engineer, but I find it hard to believe the base or lack of a base would cause that much damage so quick to these things if it was genuine bluestone. When I looked at those, I just couldn't believe it was real bluestone. The damage was so quick and incredible. So I don't know. I guess the lesson to be learned, we have to be very careful here. Just because something looks good doesn't mean we want it in there. I wouldn't want to see a repeat of this. It's still in terrible shape down there, and to the point where, it could be considered a liability. I mean, there's so much of that just debris all over the place continuously. So anyway, I just wanted to, I guess what I'm hearing from you is that all that damage is from a lack of a proper base. So we could use that same sort of bluestone with a proper base, and it would hold up longer, probably not as long as, old bluestone, but I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, I think a lot of what you see in terms of cracking or the flags having significant damage has to do with it not having a sufficient base. But something that I noticed, and something that you've probably noticed, is I noticed quite a bit of delamination for something that's supposed to be new bluestone. And whenever we have delamination, that means that water can get in, which can cause damage and can cause cracking during freeze-thaw cycles. So I think part of the issue is definitely not having a strong enough base, but I think another issue is that it is new bluestone. And honestly, it just doesn't hold up to historic bluestone standards. It's just almost looking at two totally different materials because they're kind of getting to, I would say, almost the bottom end of the supply of what we have available. It's just not the same. I mean, it looks beautiful. I think the bluestone that we were sourced for Broadway looks a little bit better than what's on Abeel, but time will tell. It was just installed and Abeel's been there for 7 years and been holding up to the elements and salting and things like that. So I think it's a little bit of a two-part situation.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good, and to tell you the truth, there were a lot of compliments when it was done originally. You know, it looked pretty nice when it was done, but I mean, it just got real bad real quick. So, you know, I don't know if you probably weren't involved in any of that, I'm sure. So I'm just wondering if it was a cost issue or whether somebody just didn't know the difference. I don't know. Probably nobody knows and nobody will admit to it. So I guess we'll just move on.
Michelle Hirsch.
Hi, Alderwoman Michelle Hirsch from Ward 9. Thank you for this. Would you happen to have photos from any other municipalities that have done new bluestone on a concrete base and what the shape is? Kind of sort of piggybacking on what Alderman Shabbat is speaking of. Is it just possibly the sand or, bad new bluestone or?
Yeah, I don't have too many examples just because a lot of municipalities have been moving away from it. Just because there's so much that is taxing infrastructure dollars that it hasn't been a big priority, but I can see if I can find any other examples and let you know if there's difference, if they've used concrete base or just used stone base, and see if I can get you anything on that. But right now, I don't have.
So without photos, are there any examples that you can cite or that you know of? Or
no, I haven't had very many clients that wanted to do bluestone in the past 10 years or so.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Don Hollerman?
Just a comment, in advance of this meeting tonight, I did speak to the bluestone distributor that I get bluestone from. And because I laid a 90-foot sidewalk. And so pretty much it lines up with a lot of what Amanda's saying, that it must be in concrete to last 100 years. And this provider is in Ulster County. And one thing he disagreed with, Amanda, I just really just put it out there for everybody to hear, is that there is still same quality bluestone available. I mean, when the earth was created, it was just, miles, hundreds of miles of bluestone deposits in different spots. Locally, we have depleted that good quality bluestone. That is true, but the same quality bluestone is brought into our local dealers, mostly from Pennsylvania and upstate New York. So there still is the good bluestone that our Ulster County dealers can get. And that's the story that I heard. And the slabs that will be laid on the concrete are going to be 2 or 3 inches thick, not 3 or 4 inches thick. So.
Curious to know more about your bluestone provider. Maybe you can share that information with me later, because when we spoke, I think, with 2 or 3 when we were trying to procure the bluestone for Broadway, and of people in Ulster County, and they said that they didn't have enough bluestone to provide for the length that we were doing in front of UPAC. So that, that would be a concern.
I'll email you right away the
Okay.
information.
Other questions? It seems, though, that there is a question holding above this, which has to do with deciding whether or not this stretch of Henry Street is in fact, or at least the one side is in fact in the historic district. And so, Kristen, if it is shown to be in the historic district, then we're required to replace bluestone, yes? Or
Not exactly, Rennie. We're not required. Again, as Kristen quoted from, first of all, the work is, it's not so simple as to say if it's in the historic district, we are required to use bluestone.
okay,
I can, explain it to you, so at some other time, but it's far from that simple.
okay.
Okay. Maybe Amanda, can you go back to the slide that shows where we're talking about? My understanding, and I guess Dan will have to explain this. My understanding is the way that the code was written is that we're required to replace, to put bluestone in historic districts. That was my understanding. And that if you're outside of a historic district, that's when that word practicable comes into it, and it's not required. It's just supposed to be considered, from my understanding. And my understanding of the historic district is that it goes to the back edge of the sidewalk on Henry Street. That was my understanding of where the historic district ends. So it would be to the, that if you look at this slide at the top edge of where the yellow line is located. So that was the assumption that we were working with. Certainly, if it is the historic district from Wall to in between Fair and Pine, then I would have assumed that we were required to do it, and we would have just worked it into the project. I don't think that the other side of the street would be in the historic district. So, those were the assumptions that we were working with.
Kristen, if you're saying we're required to put it in, are we required to put in a certain type, new or old bluestone, or a certain base? Or are the requirements other than use bluestone for the historic district?
Well, I'm having a little bit of doubt because of what Dan just said, but I can look up the code right now and tell you what it says.
I've got a question too. Has anybody done a survey of the property owners along there and their opinion about potential cost of maintenance of bluestone versus concrete?
Can you repeat that question, Rennie?
Has anybody surveyed the property owners on those two blocks to see their opinion, since there's the potential that if bluestone is more costly to maintain over time, do they have any preference of one material versus the other?
We have not surveyed them.
Okay.
We certainly could. So this is what it says in the code. It says a local variety of stone commonly known as bluestone shall, when at all practicable, be utilized as sidewalk paving material for new construction and retained where it presently exists in the following areas. And then it goes through the specific historic districts. So I guess that is a little bit up to interpretation as well.
Well,
As
and you
Dan-
also have to remember that the code specifically says that all sidewalks are supposed to be ADA compliant. So if Ms. Joy is indicating that bluestone sidewalks, as are required, cannot be made ADA compliant unless certain provisions are taken, there's a conflict in the code, and a determination would have to be made whether the ADA requirements supersede the historic preservation requirements. And, I would venture to guess that ADA, requirements are, considered to be more paramount than concerns with regard to historic preservation.
I'm wondering too, in looking forward, are there places in the historic districts where we could use, if we decided to take up the bluestone that's on Henry Street and put it in the Bluestone Bank, are there places that are more centrally located, more interior to the historic districts where we might use that bluestone?
Well, I mean, I was on the Complete Streets Advisory Council when we worked on the new sidewalk code. I think it was maybe 3-4 years ago. And we spent about 6 months on this sidewalk code with Complete Streets Advisory Council members, which did include some members who, very strongly cared about Bluestone, and one who was on the Historic Preservation Commission. And we debated this a lot. And one of the thoughts that we had is that if we are concentrating our good bluestone in the historic districts, if we remove it from streets where we're putting in new sidewalks, and then carefully bring it to the Bluestone Bank, and then reuse it in historic districts to maintain the historic character and also be able to meet ADA compliance in the historic districts as well. That was one of the thoughts and the ideas that we discussed. But that also requires making sure that the bluestone that we have in the Bluestone Bank is maintained well.
And then that leads me to wonder, what was the cost of removing bluestone from Henry Street to the Bluestone Bank taken into account in the estimates that we saw before? So for example, it says we got the estimate of $81,000 for concrete. Does that include the removal of the bluestone from Henry Street, the acceptable bluestone from Henry Street to the Bluestone Bank?
It does not include that cost. I would estimate that would probably be somewhere in the $40,000 range, maybe total, might be less. It just depends on what state the bluestone pieces are in, and how gentle they need to be. So that'll vary a lot.
Okay.
I have a question. First of all, good catch, Rennie, on that one. But I just want to share that the Bluestone Bank have been there recently. We have very little good bluestone there that could be used for this project. I don't know if Ed would agree or not, but based on a layman, uneducated view, we don't have a lot or any that we could use for the sidewalks. So it would all have to be purchased.
And is there bluestone all along Henry Street in this section here where the project is, or is it only on these 2 blocks?
Are you saying for existing or proposed?
Existing.
There is sporadic, it's not continuous, bluestone that extends from Wall Street to Clinton Avenue.
Okay, yeah, because then I'm wondering what, you said 30% looks like it's viable, and those 2 blocks appear just from, this naked percentage here to be a little bit more than 30%. But so if there's not enough in the Bluestone Bank.
I think,
Okay.
I think that there might be some bluestone between, Amanda, is there some between Clinton and the next street up as well? My recollection is that there is bluestone.
There may be some very isolated stretches, but it's not nearly as consistent. There might be a couple runs that are less than 100 feet long.
Question on a different topic or aspect here is, what is the time frame here? Does this decision have to be made in the next 30 seconds? Do we have 2 months? What's the time here?
In my letter, I had suggested, so we need to get this engineering design submitted to New York State DOT for approval this summer or late summer and the fall, so that we're able to it can take 2 to 3 months to get approvals from DOT for the construction documents. And we would like to bid the project in November, because that's the best time to bid a project and get the best prices, so that we can construct it in starting next spring. So we really need to make a decision on this soon. And in my letter, I had suggested that the council potentially hold a special finance meeting before the July Common Council meeting, so that you have a couple of weeks to think about it. And I had put together a couple of resolutions that essentially would be to fund the you could choose to increase the bond to fund the new Bluestone, or increase the bond to fund the historic Bluestone reset. So those were the two options I put out there. I mean, we obviously, as you discuss it and debate it tonight, you could request a different kind of resolution to be written, or a different amount for the bond than what I've suggested, or you could also choose to go with concrete and have no resolution or no bond, no addition to the bond at this time.
Okay. I would like to know what the existing property owners think. But I suppose we could go ahead. I like your suggestion too, particularly if there's a sense among council members, finance committee members, that we want to do one of the Bluestone options, or want to at least consider it. So let me put it this way then. If there are any members of the finance committee who want to consider maintaining the Bluestone for absolute sure, this would be the time to make a motion for discussion. Otherwise, I think we should go with Kristen's suggestion to hold a special finance committee meeting before the July caucus, meeting, at which time we would consider the three options. Don Tollerman, then Michelle Hirsch.
We made a motion to go ahead and replace Bluestone. We still have to decide, I'm a little confused, Randy, because I'm in favor of Bluestone in general.
Okay.
But if we made a motion now to do that, I guess these are the prices that we are recommending.
Well, yeah, we've got
I'm not clear on what on the procedure here.
Well, the question is whether we want to discuss this some now. If we do, then make a motion to accept the resolution. And if you get a second, then we'll discuss some and we can plan out what our next step is. Otherwise, we'll look to call a special finance committee meeting after getting some other information, such as, really thinking through whether there's enough Bluestone in that area to cover this part, and also try to do a survey of the property owners among those two blocks to see if they have a preference.
So, well, I'd like to make a motion, but Michelle, I think, had a comment first.
Michelle, do you have a comment or do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I just want to say I'm not in favor of concrete.
So is that a second to Don's?
A second, yes.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
To discuss.
Yes. All right. First, Amanda, if you'll stay around, we're going to talk amongst ourselves, but we may have a question. All right. Whew, scared me. All right. So we can also, of course, if folks want to vote on the issue, we can do that tonight. So we're open for discussion. The three options are to go with concrete, to go with the maintaining the historic bluestone, and the third option is opting for the new bluestone with the limitations and advantages of each of those three options. Steve Shabbat, then Don Tollerman.
Yeah. I don't know. You have to correct me here. I've heard a couple comments that there might not be enough good bluestone to use there. Do we have enough to do this project? Before I vote on it, I want to know if do we have enough bluestone, or are we talking about new bluestone or old bluestone? Whoever has an answer, feel free, if anybody has an
I thought we
answer.
were talking about a concrete base and sourcing new bluestone to go over the concrete base. So
We have three options: historic bluestone on a concrete base, new bluestone on a concrete base, or just concrete. So the question Steve is asking, and maybe Amanda can help, is you estimated about 30% of the bluestone there is viable. And it seems like that we could find enough if we take it up on other parts of Henry Street to fill out those two blocks. Does that sound correct, Amanda?
That's correct. The 30% is almost a conservative number. We get concerned about saying that every good piece of bluestone that gets pulled will be able to go back in place. We just get nervous with it being removed, then set, then put back in. We feel that we may lose some flags during those process. So it's hard for us to estimate without knowing how that will go, but I would like to think we could get more than 30% and we would be able to do those two blocks with the historic bluestone.
Okay. Does that
All right.
answer your question, Steve?
Yeah, I guess that part. So I guess we're saying in a shortage, we can pull some. Now, how are the homeowners going to feel about having bluestone yanked up from their part of the street? I'm presuming we're going to take it from somebody's sidewalk, right? And use it for this. Is that what we're saying here? I mean, I've heard, it's happened in my lifetime, maybe, I don't know whether it was since I've been an alderman or not, that the city has removed bluestone for one reason or another. And, homeowners have been really upset by that, and sometimes it comes back, sometimes it comes back in a different configuration. It's not laid down the way it was. So is that, when you say remove it from other sections, I'm presuming you mean remove it from in front of somebody's house. Is that yes, no?
Kristen Wilson?
Yeah, so just want to be really clear that the sidewalks are within the city's right of way. And so the sidewalks are, they are the city's property. And so our code is written that they are the city's property, and it is the homeowner or the property owner's responsibility to maintain them. That's the way our code is written. I'm not saying that's good or bad, but that's the way that our code is written right now. And in essence, by doing these projects, the city is not making the property owner maintain the sidewalk to ADA standards. So, I think that that's a little bit confusing for
homeowners and property owners in the city that, or that the sidewalk is actually not their property, even though it may feel like it is their property, and they
Yeah.
are responsible to maintain it.
I mean, I understand that, and I do think a lot of homeowners understand that. However, that's not going to stop them from being really upset if they see trucks pulling up in front of their house and start lifting up their sidewalk and, moving it down to the other end of the street. They're still going to be really, I think they're going to be really upset about it, even though, yes, we have the right to do it. I can't argue that point. I get that. And even a homeowner might get that, but it ain't going to make them happy.
But a homeowner also might be upset if the city were to cite them and force them to repair the sidewalk to ADA compliance on their own dime. So that's the other side of that.
Well,
Okay.
we also run into an ugly social question if we're pulling up Bluestone from further up Henry Street to move it down to this end of Henry Street. So all right, other, I'm sorry, Steve, you got any more to say there? Any other comments? Okay, Don, Michelle?
Well, I just want to add to this, the sewers under Henry Street, one day are going to be replaced. And then I guess all this gets torn up anyway. But that's not in the visible horizon. So I guess we don't consider that at this juncture. I just said that for Ed Norman, so he doesn't think we forgot about the sewers. It's just something that we should all be aware of. I don't think there's anything we can do about that because replacing the Henry Street sewers is something that's not happening in the visible future.
Okay. Kristen?
Just, we delayed this project to investigate and explore the question about the sewers. And at this time, it's my understanding that the city engineer does not want to do the full depth replacement of the sewers, which are 30 feet down, because of there's uncertainty about how long the sewers will last. They could last a year or another 20. And the impact of that kind of construction project on that neighborhood would be very severe. So he was very concerned about the impact of that construction when we don't know, the sewers could potentially last a long time. So that's special to Henry Street because my understanding is the sewers are so far down. They're 30 feet below the surface of the street. And on Broadway, for example, I think we're working, Amanda would probably know better than I would. We're working, 10 feet down, and people can get a sense of what that's like. So if we had to go 30 feet down, it would be just really
Unbelievable.
challenging. So we decided, or that the city engineer really decided that we would do some easier fixes on Henry Street, and we would continue moving forward with the streetscape project.
And Kristen or Amanda, is there any standard practice reason that we would have to do Bluestone on both sides of Henry Street in that 2-block section? Or could we do Bluestone on the historic district side, but concrete on the other side?
There is no reason from my perspective. The only thing I could say is there is one residence that does have a lot of bluestone in front of their house existing on the other side of the roadway. That is the house that has the hitching post in front of it. So that would just be the only thing that would cross my mind for eliminating the bluestone on that side.
Well, and that's the oldest house on those 2 blocks, right?
I believe so. There are a lot of pretty old homes along Henry Street. You would be surprised.
Okay. All right. Other comments then? before we can vote on anything, we would have to decide on whether we're talking about the historic Bluestone, maintaining that, or the new Bluestone option. Michelle Hirsch?
Without having really clear examples to see of new bluestone being set in concrete that's at least a few years old, and being assured that that's a viable option, I'm in favor of going with the historic bluestone being reset.
Okay. Other opinions there?
Can I also add on for both sides also as well to
Yeah.
so that their match? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so if it would be $40,000 for removing the bluestone, the cheapest option is $120,000. So we're talking about $70,000 to reset the historic bluestone versus $120,000 for the new bluestone option. So we'd have a question, one thing always to consider is what we could buy with that money otherwise. Just something to keep in mind as we think this through. Don Tollerman?
Right, I just believe that, we are a unique city. Our history is what makes us unique, and that is worth some investment to maintain. And I think that's why I would be in favor of this proposal of the new concrete on the concrete. But Michelle makes a good point. It would be really smart to see, how this has turned out in another setting similar to ours.
Okay, so then do we want to, we can call for a special finance committee meeting the Monday before caucus to have an actual vote. We could vote now, ask for more information. How would you all like to proceed? Michelle Hirsch?
I think ultimately I would be in favor of just preserving our historic bluestone, especially as Alderwoman of Ward 9, where probably, down in Wilbur, where a lot of this bluestone was originally mined from. I think it's important to our city and to our heritage and community that we preserve it.
Okay.
I'd be for voting tonight to move forward on preserving the historic bluestone.
All right. So if there's no more discussion, then it sounds like we've got at least 2 definite votes for resetting the historic bluestone. So let me look at the
Rennie, do you need some help with the bond resolution for that? Or the bond
let
authorization?
me just find it. It should be around page 126, right? Yeah, so resolution authorizing amendment to increase bond ordinance dated. Yeah. So we would need to fill that in, right? This is 125.
Yeah, let me. Amanda, maybe you can confirm this amount. But I believe we need to increase the bond amount. The bond ordinance that we currently have is $337,132. That's the match that's required for the DOT grant. And we would need to increase it by 115,000. Is that accurate, Amanda?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
So it would be increasing the bond to $452,132. to include the historic Bluestone reset. I do want to just point out that this project is, it was begun in 2017 when we wrote the grant application for the cost of the project, but we had several delays due to the sewer inquiry that we did. And so the cost of the grant and the match, I anticipate that the bid cost will probably come in higher. So I just want to point that out. So right now we're increasing the bond to include the Bluestone sidewalks. However, when we do actually bid it, we may be coming back to council for the difference between what we have now between grant and bond and what the actual cost will be. I will also mention that we have submitted requests to Schumer and Gillibrand's office to fund Henry Street with more funding. So in the event that a transportation bill is passed and there's more funding available for our federal aid projects. So I just wanted to make everybody aware of that at this time.
Okay.
And these are engineer estimates. So I know we've had this discussion several times, on other projects. I just
I
want
know what Tony is going to say.
Yeah, these are engineer estimates, so it's not the real costs. We don't know the real costs at this time. We know the engineer's estimates, which are based on recent projects, but I just want to make that clear.
All right, thanks for that. Okay, so the resolution will now read, Resolution of the Common Council of the City of Kingston, New York, authorizing an amendment to increase the bond ordinance dated September 6, 2017 for $337,132 by $115,000 to total of $452,132 in order to fund the historic Bluestone reset on 2 blocks of the Henry Street Safe Routes to School project. All in favor, please signify with your thumbs up. We get Don and Michelle.
Steve had his thumb up too.
Steve, okay. All right, so it's unanimous. All right, thank you all. This will now go forward to the Common Council unless but I think we do need a little bit more information. So maybe Kristen, you and I can talk a little bit later about how we might see what the property owners along there think, if that's viable to do. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Thank you all for that. I wanted to go ahead and do that because Amanda's here with us, so I know that she had to get going. So thank you, Amanda. But next, we'd like to go to John Toohey's financial report. So John, could you give us the general financial report real quick? And then we will go to Chief Tinty, if he's available, to talk about the camera options here. John?
Sure, Rennie, if you're ready. I have a little bit more later in the evening today. At this time, I'm just going to cover the monthly update that we have. Just give me 1 second, just pull different documents together. Not a lot has changed since the last month. Probably the most notable thing at this point to keep an eye on, something that I've reported in prior months, is the 2021 revenues continue to be strong. There is a sales tax printout that shows that as of our last collection, we are almost $710,000 above prior year with sales tax. And keep in mind, when we developed the 2021 budget, it was at the height of the pandemic. We didn't have favorable news at that point on state aid. We didn't have favorable news on sales tax. A lot of the positive sales tax news came after the Common Council adopted the 2021 budget. So, I think the yardstick that we're measuring the 2021 revenue against is a budget that probably will be pretty easy to exceed in terms of some of our significant revenue categories. So at this point, yeah, sales tax should well exceed budget. AIM funding we've talked about before, or parking revenues on target. The departments are doing a pretty good job on holding the line on spending. We're 33.3% of the year. They've spent just over 30%, which compared to last year is not, it's just a touch off from where we were last year. But when we get into our conversation about the 2020 results, we'll talk about how we did very well on spending in 2020. We're actually $3 million under budget spending in 2020. So, so far 2021, from a overall financial standpoint, we're off to a decent start here. I'll continue to keep you posted. I think, as long as the current pandemic environment stays the way it is and the economy stays the way it is, we should have favorable results again this year.
Thank you, John. Any questions for John? Any questions for John or comments? Don Tollerman?
Just a comment, John. That's it's all good stuff. So thanks for your reports. I know there's a lot behind what you just said, so I appreciate it.
The annual reports and all that, there is a bit to it. There's a lot to managing. I got to tell you, I mean, the departments that I don't think in my time here I've been able to work with a team of department heads that are as budget conscious and just like an overall environment where everyone's really on the same page and proactive in talking to me about budget amendments and budget modifications. I mean, you see a number of them here tonight. It certainly makes my life a lot easier. I think it makes the council's life a lot easier. When we're doing this throughout the year, and we're not hitting a lot of surprises at the end of the year. I know there's always a couple, but I can tell you years ago, there was a lot more than a couple. So it's really, I really appreciate the cooperation I get.
That's great. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Jill Hirsch?
Hi, Alderwoman Hirsch here. Thank you for everything, John. It's great. I'm just concerned about the fuel prices. Is that just because of the increase in fuel prices?
Yeah, I mean, right now we are, we're really close to budget right now. We're at 32.6% versus we're at 33.3% of the year. So it's, I think if the fuel budget could be could need a little help as we get throughout the year. Typically, our highest fuel costs are over the summer, right? So even though we're 32.6% spent, we're, in terms of our volume of fuel that we typically would use, we're less than that through the year. So yeah, I think if fuel costs stay the way they are or rise, we're certainly going to be short there. But what I'm seeing so far is we're going to make up for it in other areas.
Okay. Is there any way to do pre-buys or anything like that? Or
we're buying off of, not really. I mean, it's really, we're off a state contract now. We have a fuel reserve. It's got a limited capacity. So,
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
All right, next is Chief Tinty with us. I see Chief Tinty's name.
Yeah, I'm here. Stand by 1 second.
There you are.
Yeah.
All right, so Chief Tinty, Don Tollerman, this is in regard to proposal to purchase some cameras to watch high traffic areas, high crime traffic areas. So can you tell us what this is about?
Well, maybe I'll introduce the chief on this. Let me speak first, which is that it's no secret to anyone who lives here that our city has a lot of so-called hotspots, places where drugs are sold, where there's just bad activity, bad, most illegal. And when that happens, it's completely, it's a complete scourge on a neighborhood. It brings down not just property values, but the whole spirit of the neighborhood. When there's, and in my ward, we have, I believe, 3 of these spots. I think around the city, there's at least a dozen. And so, recently, a few weeks ago, there was a drive-by shooting across the street from me. And I just reached out to the chief and I said, Chief, if there were one idea that you had that could really have an effect on these hotspots, what would that be? And I'm going to hand it off to Jed right now to respond.
All right, yeah, so the conversation continued, and when he asked me about the one thing, I said cameras. I know it's a broad topic. I understand that people see them both, they have them in their hands, they carry them every day with them, they have them on their houses, front porches, on their doorbells. Cameras, the use of technology to aid in investigations. And so I started just looking, basic broad brush type of approach to what's out there. There are a number of cities, larger cities, that have adopted camera usage. Most of them have gone with limited application, hotspot placement based upon evidence-based policing methods, which usually requires crime analysis. And we're not blanketing Kingston. Obviously, the cameras come at a cost. But I'm currently working with our crime analyst now to determine what are the locations we would want to determine how many cameras we would need to do this. Ideally, as everybody knows, if we had more cops, a lot of cops, you could put them on the street, but not everybody wants the cops in their neighborhoods just kind of watching. The cameras offer an opportunity for us not to actively be monitoring, but basically passively be monitoring when something happens. Are they a deterrent? Yeah, they can be, right? When they're visibly put out there, people see them. We all know when you're on camera, you're on your best behavior. Nobody wants to answer for that. But certainly from the point of view for investigations, they have and will continue to be a huge asset to our detectives. In some of the more recent incidents, we've been able to gather camera footage or recorded video footage, either from houses or commercial establishments that have shared that with us, and it really has helped on these investigations to find out what's going on. Certain individuals, vehicles being used, and so on. So I know, we can't talk about cameras and not address privacy concerns. Members of the public are concerned about cameras. Let's face it, if you look in neighborhoods, people have cameras on their front porches. That's how they protect their own home. They have doorbells that have cameras in them. There are a lot of people that rely on home or commercially available camera systems to protect themselves and their property. And in some cases, it's a deterrent. In other cases, when something happens, they turn to the camera to at least allow us to continue the investigation. In some of these investigations, people have been hesitant to share that video footage. And this is what myself and Alderman Tollerman were talking about, that by providing these cameras through the city, we take that away. We no longer have to put someone in a position where they have to think about whether or not they'll put their family in harm's way by sharing video footage that they recorded on their personal system. And that has been concerns. People have said, I don't want to get involved. And we say, well, there's a camera here. Is that yours? Yeah, I don't want to get involved for fear of retaliation. But again, without drilling down, I've located a couple of vendors. There are systems out there that are designed for what we're looking to do, which is mount them, essentially have the city electrician go up, mount them up there, use the Verizon LTE network to provide data back to us. We have had limited camera usage, and ideally the covert cameras is what we've used for investigation. We've never announced it to the public. This is all part of what we do, but that is very limited, and the equipment does not belong to us. We rely on other agencies to provide that. And again, we have to make justifications for that. So what I'm asking for is the council to consider to allow me to continue to research and ultimately provide a proposal that would say, here's how many, here's what the locations we're currently looking at, here's length of time, maintenance, all that. But frankly, I just wanted to come out in front of the finance committee and the council tonight to find out what is the overall feeling. Do you believe your constituents would support the installation of temporary use, limited location camera systems that would be put out there based upon crime analysis? Again, pointed in public space, no different than if I had a patrol car out there or an officer with a body camera and having that patrol car have a mobile dash cam in that vehicle. There's nothing preventing us from doing that right now. The camera systems would allow us to do it more frequently, and again, would allow us to do more of a investigation when the police officers are not in those neighborhoods. We could then follow up and find out what's going on. They have been truly instrumental, and I say cameras have been instrumental in a lot of the investigations. I saw Alderman Hirsch's hand, Alderwoman or Hirsch's hand.
Bill
go up.
Hirsch, then Don Tollerman.
Good evening, Chief Jinsey. So I greatly appreciate this conversation and concerned with the gunfire and the crime. I don't even know if it's hotspots anymore, you know, like just it's happening around in a lot of areas. And so I know even recently here in Ward 9, there was shots fired down in Wilbur. Actually happened to be there at the time. Curious to know if the shot spotter technology can be employed. Is that something that's possible so that the cameras then only go on when shots are fired? Is that something that's viable as an option?
So ShotSpotter technology is software that integrates with the hard camera systems. It can be put on as an add-on for it. Normally it relies on actual cameras being able to be, so the ShotSpotter technology relies on the microphone of the cameras and then essentially turns those cameras, usually pan-tilt zoom cameras, to the locations that they believe and triangulate it through the sound. What I'm asking is that these are fixed mount cameras that are essentially pointed in a direction, because again, understanding that the public has concern about privacy and respect for those, you know, all their, you know, First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendment rights, and they should be, I understand that, but we still have an obligation to keep Kingston a safe community. We are limited with options. We tried law enforcement initiatives where we go in and essentially come in with additional agencies, try to stop vehicles, collect information. That was not well received. We are working on building community trust through a lot of the local walking and waving and stopping and talking type of trust building community actions. We continue to do investigations with limited personnel and staff. The technology is a way to help us solve these incidents as when they occur and hopefully stop them from happening. If people understand that their actions are going to be recorded, they will act differently. And again, people can be recorded in public by anyone. There is nothing stopping me from walking down the block with my camera or my body camera on and recording anyone and everything I see. This technology offers another level of safety and security. And again, understanding that we would put it out on limited applications. We're not talking about buying 1,000 cameras and putting one at every intersection. There are going to be locations, Wilbur Avenue, for instance, you mentioned that shooting that took place there. Chances are that would not have shown up as a hotspot on anything, any of our crime analysis data. It just wouldn't have. But there are places in Kingston, unfortunately, that their locations or general locations would dictate the placement of those cameras. The ideal situation is to buy mounts and have them so we can move them around. What needs to be done first is an assessment as to how many of those locations we would need to monitor. Other places have had great success with that. And as I mentioned to Alderman Tollerman, we're not looking, and nor can I promise, and nor will I promise to staff someone to watch these things actively. I just cannot do that. But when there is an incident, the dispatchers can immediately go to the screen, see what happened, and say, oh, you know what, we have a silver vehicle leaving that scene. It's headed in this direction. and at least then patrols and responding have something to work off of even before they get there. And I think that's something that we don't always get. You know, again, the problem is witnesses are apprehensive about coming forward. And if they do have information, one, we're relying on eyewitness testimony, which in some cases can be flawed. But when we look at camera systems and recordings and videos, not only is it evidentiary for presentation in front of the juries and at trial, but certainly as far as our ability to build a case, we can then say, well, that's the vehicle that left the scene. That's the one we're looking at right now. So I don't have an exact figure. The cost of these cameras can range from a few hundred to thousands of dollars, depending on the capability, infrared, low light, so on and so forth. And again, one of the things that the council would have to actually be kind of comfortable with is explain to the constituents the need to understand the balance between the safety and security of the neighborhoods that we patrol and would be putting cameras in, and the civil liberties enjoyed by those residents. And I think there has to be a balance. I would be happy to make sure that we can put a policy together. We have one now currently that addresses LPRs and the use of video and recordings. Can't be shared with anyone, has to be subpoenaed, the whole thing. And I think that for us as a city, as a municipality, we're at a point now where we have to do something to better, one, the investigative component of the police department, and two, provide the residents with a feeling of safety and security that right now some of them don't have.
Chief, is this similar to the program over in Beacon?
Yeah, so that was one of the names that came up when I met with some staff members the other day. I'm looking for them to go to localities, especially in New York State would be ideal, and kind of research what kind of systems they have. But before we do any of that, because again, I just one point, limited staffing right now, I want to make sure that the council is going, you know, Jid, let's move forward with this. And we're not making any promises, but we feel comfortable with entertaining the idea, or at least the proposal, where cameras can be used in the city environment. We did have them back in, don't hold me to it, 1999, 2000. We had a New York State grant that provided 3 or 4, I believe it was 3 locations, one on Broadway, which was a pan tilt zoom. The technology was old back then compared to what we have now, that the quality was not as good. And it was limited applications. We agreed with members of the neighborhood at the time. It would only be pointed down city streets, essentially sidewalk to sidewalk down the block, not pointed at anyone's home. Cannot be pan tilt zoom except for the one on Broadway, and could never be used to be looked at as a residential. And again, at that point, I mean, the system worked for a little while because one of the components is not only the purchase and installation, but the maintenance. And that's ultimately where we fail. We were not able to maintain the systems. The cost just got too great.
Don Tollerman?
Great summary, Chief. Thank you. The one point that I want to emphasize, aside from it being a temporary, which you mentioned, which is that this would not be a secret, right? These would be on poles, would be visible, and the people in these homes would have no doubt that they're being surveilled.
Correct.
So, you know, this is not anything secret, and it's very, very transparent, you know.
Right.
So.
Yep. No, it'd be no different than, as we talked about, parking marked patrol car outside, right? They see it, it's there. And that is something we could do right now if we had additional equipment and staffing. So there are municipalities that use a very overt camera system that is being installed. Chattanooga is one that came up on one of the searches that one of my staff members did, and it has had great results. They use a different technology that connects to their fiber throughout, and ultimately, and I saw, I believe he was on here before, Kyle. I think Kyle's definitely going to be play a big part in this when it comes down to the technology and the infrastructure, depending on what we do as far as LTE, Wi-Fi. There are different systems out there. It just matters on cost, obviously. But you're right, Don. I mean, honestly, it's one of the things where it's no secret. We're not trying to do a covert system. They will be well marked. They'll have a police patch on it, a shield on there for everybody to see. You know, one, to act as a deterrent, and two, obviously, for the investigative component. You know, again, I know funds are limited. What I want to do is come down come back to the council and say, I need this many, here's where we're planning on putting them out initially. And if we find that now crime has moved, incidents have moved, locations are now being dictated by people that are committing those crimes, then we'll move them as well. And but again, I understand that it's a hot topic, the civil component, the liberty component of it, privacy concerns. I dare say you can't walk down an entire city block without being on somebody's video today. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to share it and get involved in any type of criminal testimony or criminal trial. And I know I've spoken to the DA, and he does everything he can, him and the staff, to make sure that they protect the identities of the videos when they're used. But everything is discoverable today. So again, we got to concern ourselves that if someone as a homeowner decides to share their video, that once that information gets out, if it gets out, people are concerned about the retaliation that might bring. Here, the city owns it. They can come see me if they don't like it.
Mm-hmm. Steve Shabbat, do you have any comments or questions?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Chief. Have you started working on, some information for us? I suspect we want to get this going sooner rather than later with the summer months coming up and everybody out. So, I'd be looking forward to a proposal to you and, look at some costs and, what this is going to mean as far as us voting on it. So, the sooner you can get that to us, the better, I think.
Absolutely. I'll start working on that tomorrow. Like I said, it really was for me an opportunity to, one, talk about the use of the technology and helping keep the community safe. But more importantly, to feel out how the council feels about that. I think that's important, because if we're going to bring out this information, let's face it, it's going to come down to money and the ability for your constituents to support the idea. That's what it comes down to. The rest of it, we can dictate policy. We have used cameras before. We know the benefit of using camera systems for criminal investigations and activity. That's a no-brainer. It really is. But money is one. And two, when you get calls from the residents that say, I don't want a camera on my block, but I want to be able to let my child ride his or her bike out there, we have to find that balance. And here's one method. And then as far as we are doing everything we can as a police agency to make this community safe. There are a number of factors. Kingston is not the only community in New York State or in most of the country that has seen an incredible rise in violence. But we have technology. This technology, I think, could be put to good use. So I'm ready to put the proposal together. I just like to get a feel, and I'm not asking for a motion, just kind of a nod here and there. Yeah, sounds good. Let's get something together. Again, I have had people call me that support it. I've had people that have had concerns. And I think as long as the council's on board with it, then I can move forward.
Yeah, well, naturally, I'm sure there's going to be concerns, and, no matter what your proposal, there's going to be concerns and there's going to be pros and cons, but at least this is something. I don't think there's anybody in the community who's going to argue we don't need something. So, at least we can take that off the table and say, we're willing to listen to something. This is not going to be everybody's cup of tea, obviously, but, hey, you need evidence. You can't move forward without evidence. So it'll be interesting to see how it moves forward, but I'm looking forward to see a proposal from you.
Great, thank you.
Michelle Hirsch?
Yes. So Chief, is there any way to look into the ShotSpot or technology, just because I think it helps balance the ability to gain evidence with balancing civil liberties, so that the cameras aren't on all the time, just so that we know.
So I dare say, what happens when there isn't gunfire? What happens when it's the use of a knife or a car accident? So again, the technology has to go beyond just limited applications for shots fired. We want to stop people from shooting their guns, right, in the city. So the technology can be used for so much more. And again, limited application, temporary locations based upon crime analysis and evidence-based policing. I will absolutely get a quote for ShotSpotter. I believe that that technology has proven itself to work, but it is reliant on a hard camera system to do that. I'll bring jurisdictions. I'll get, what they went through. You mentioned Beacon. I'll make sure we touch on them. And I knew Newburgh had ShotSpotter for a while. Other jurisdictions have had them. New York City has cameras. There's a bunch of jurisdictions that have cameras. This is not new. And like I said, we've had them in Kingston. We did have camera systems that were monitored. I dare say back then we were recording them on a VHS tape. That's how long ago we're looking, but we did have that technology. Part of it is that because I'm looking at fixed mounts to remove any type of concerns about the police moving the camera here and there. The fact is that, we would have to overlapping areas to make sure we cover those intersections. Again, people are concerned. There is nothing stopping me from telling my patrol cars to park in front of a certain location. We've done that. Some of you have asked me within your own wards, hey, I got a problem. What can you do? And I've asked patrol, park in front of the house. Let them know we're here. So as you mentioned, Don, no different than having a camera with a big police emblem on the side of it saying you're being watched. Don't do anything that you're not supposed to do. All right. And I know we can have a very healthy discussion about the civil liberties part of it. But if you're not doing anything wrong, the camera technology, and I just said this afternoon to someone who called, and must have seen it on the agenda, you still go shopping. At all the local store, you're being recorded. Does petty larceny still happen? Yes. But as a deterrent, and two, it helps when those crimes occur to help loss prevention follow up on that. But you can't go anywhere shopping today without being on camera.
Great. Thanks. Any other comments? Just, I guess, a show of hands. Everybody here in favor of getting a bona fide proposal here? Yep. So I think from the four of us, plus Rita, who co-sponsored the letter, the communication with Don. So that's a solid 5. So we'd like to know more, Chief. And we realize you're stretched thin, but I think that this is definitely worth investigating.
I do too. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. I'll have something put together before the next meeting. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. The next item on the agenda is Ed Norman. Then we're going to go to a transfer in the assessor's department. Then Alyssa Tinty regarding a transfer about the docks. And then I'll update you on different changes in the agenda as we go forward. All right. Hello, Ed Norman. Thanks for being here tonight.
Hello, everyone.
You're asking for a transfer in regard to putting up stop signs.
Right. Yeah. What you guys had brought to the engineer about the stop signs that were, either missing or some were regulated and not put up, some were there and not regulated. I guess, they went through and did an inventory. They handed me a list of about 65 places that should get, or in his opinion, have stop signs. Being that we did not budget for this, I would ask it to come out of contingency because it is about a $14,000 price tag to get all these stop signs installed. That's kind of in a nutshell, just a contingency transfer to cover the costs because my budget, especially that line item, is already strained. As you know, we gave back money for the 2021 budget across the board, basically 10%. That equated to over $800,000 from my budget. So some of these accounts are straining. So I would ask that I keep the money that I have for daily usage, and then look at this as a contingency.
Thank you for that. Questions for Ed Norman. Don Hollerman.
Hi, thanks, Ed. I had a conversation with John Schulteis, the engineer, about I said, Dan, that's a lot of stop signs. Do we really want to have so many stop signs in addition to what we already have? And why not, have we looked at crosswalks, as in other traffic calming devices? Because, I was suggesting maybe it's too much, and John's response was, well, these are really streets they're really smaller, quiet streets. They're not major intersections, and he did go and check every one, and I didn't, so because I can't argue any specific one. But do you have that same perception that these are really necessary in all these spots?
Some are, yes, absolutely. Others they haven't been there for who knows how long. Or are we missing them?
Right.
If push comes to shove, if it's legal activity, it puts us in a bad place, I guess. Should they be up? Possibly, yeah. That's not my call, not my decision. My concern is I can put them up, absolutely. I'd need the money, the funding for the materials to do so.
Okay, other questions? Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Ed. How you doing?
Good.
I'm going to really put myself out on a limb here and say I'm presuming that these stop signs are there to prevent accidents, liability, whatever. If we don't put any up, again, I'm presuming we're not leaving like a four-way intersection with no signs or anything, right? There's no situations that exist like that. I can't imagine that. Maybe two-way stop at a four-way. So, I'm presuming, the homework was done on this, and, this is being done as a safety measure. We don't want to see intersections with nothing there to slow people down, for sure. And yeah, there's a fine line between too many and not enough, I guess. So.
Right. I don't have the specific list of all the locations, but I would imagine most of them that are in question are small dead end one-way streets, or, just dead end streets coming back to a T intersection. I mean, if a couple streets go onto Washington Avenue that are dead ends, would you just run through the intersection? It's kind of common sense training at this point, but should they be there? Quite possibly so. I would let the engineer speak to that. If it's one of those, it shall be there or not. That's not my department.
Okay.
Other questions for Ed Norman? All right. So at this point, we could entertain a motion to adopt this resolution, which would mean going forward with putting in all the stop signs that are on that list. Or instead of that, what we could do is not make a motion on this, but call on the city engineer to give us more of a priority list to go through the current list, which is not in any kind of priority order, and ask him if there are some of these that are more important than others. So, the other option would then to be to stretch this out over a longer period of time so that we get the important ones done at a lower cost, and then look at doing the rest down the road somewhere.
I guess my only comment would be, I think I heard Ed say 14,000.
Yeah.
Would do the trick here. I mean, I hate to sound like I hate to use these frames, in the scheme of things, but, $14,000, how much are we really going to, we're going to put this off and do it in, $3,000 at a time, as opposed to 14,000. I just assume say okay to the 14 and get it done, rather than keep coming back and, decisions. Well, this is a priority here, and this, I don't know. It just seems like for $14,000 for us to stall this for, months perhaps, just, and bottom line, we're not saving money. We're just we're prolonging the inevitable, that's all. So, I would be in favor of moving it. Actually, I'll make a motion.
Before that, Michelle Hirsch had her hand up.
I'm just gonna agree with Steve Chavez, so I'll just second that, if it's in this year's budget, we'll just do it. We're not gonna spread it out over a couple of years. We just need to get it done. This has been on the table for a while, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. So we have a motion from Steve Shabbat, second by Michelle Hirsch. Great, thanks. Any discussion then on the issue? Hearing no discussion, I'll call for a vote.
It'd just be a question to Ed, just like how long a span of the work would it be, just so we can let our constituents know that these signs will be coming and so that they're aware.
Sure. We're going to have to spend some overtime to do it because this is over and above everything else we have going on. We are having a shortage of paint for street markings. So in lieu of doing some of the painting, I could send them out to do some of the sign work, kind of fill in the gaps. But I was informed today that I should be getting a pallet or part of a pallet of street paint in hopefully by next week, so I can get the sign guys out there doing that again, which kind of needs to be done. We haven't done any of that all through last year. And I'm not sure if any of you are aware, with the freeze that happened down in Texas, all the plants stopped making the paint that we use. So all municipalities are without paint. I've called many outside sources. Nobody has any. So I was just lucky enough to get on a call out sheet for our supplier to get, I think, 40 gallons, which is not a lot, considering I think it takes about 5 or 6 gallons to paint one intersection for crosswalks. So we are a little stalled at this time. Also with that, the remainder of the money in this particular budget line, a good portion of that, I think I have about $23,000 left over to get through the rest of the year. A lot of that will be spent on paint alone when it becomes available. So get back to your question. Yes, I will start immediately getting these signs up and kind of getting that into my schedule. But some of it, to get it done in a timely fashion, will probably be after, a couple hours overtime during a week and possibly on a Saturday or something. Keep guys moving with this.
Don't let us stop you. Get it?
Got you. Yes. Very punny.
So how much overtime are we talking about? Like,
I don't have that exact number. I'm thinking that's already kind of with it built into this number, this $14,000. I'm not asking for an extra for the overtime. I just wanted to let you know that's how I will probably get a lot of this done.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments or debate? All right, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, thumbs up, please. All opposed? It's unanimous, 4-0. Thanks for being here, Ed. We appreciate it. Appreciate all the work that you do.
All right, thank you. And if Chief Tinty is still here, DPW would be more than happy to help with the installation of the cameras if and when you guys decide to move with this to help save some money.
I was thinking the chief would do it.
Yeah, you never know.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, our next item is a transfer in the assessor's office. Then we will talk about the transfer regarding the docks to fix electricity there. Then Sue Cahill regarding tree planting, and then transfers related to the Parks and Rec Department and CDBG. Assessor Baker, welcome this evening.
Hi.
Tell us about this transfer.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. Can you tell me what number it is on the agenda
Page
packet?
77. In the agenda packet, it's page 77. I'm
Page
sorry, no, 87.
87. Okay. Okay, very good. So yeah, we have some data processing support line, which allows us to do sketching and also research, the marketplace comparable sales. A little bit over because of some price increases. So we're looking to transfer from office supplies into that data processing support, the amount of $168.82.
Any questions for Dan Baker? All right, hearing no questions for Dan, do we have a motion to consider? Steve Shabbat. Do we have a second? Michelle Hirsch. All right, so the report reads, description budget transfer in the amount of $168.82 in the assessment department from line 1355.402 office supplies to line 1355.412 data processing support. Estimated financial impact is 0. Any discussion? In that case, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you, Dan, and we'll see you a little bit later.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is Alyssa Tinty regarding a transfer to cover repairs to the docks. Hi, Alyssa. What's happening?
Hi, how are you?
Good to actually see you.
Good. So it is my office's responsibility to maintain the docks. And I did receive an email from Patrick, our city electrician, to inform me of some things that needed to be repaired. Because it's now the boating season, it's obviously something that needs to be taken care of right away. And I believe Mr. Sheehan is here, who is our dock master. So he probably has a few comments that he'd like to make.
Hello, Mr. Sheehan. Tell us what's happening.
Thank you all for allowing me to join you in this meeting. I learned a lot about Bluestone, and it's been an interesting year and a half. I took over last year when COVID hit, and it's been quite a learning curve. The docks are in difficult condition, putting it mildly. We are waiting on the FEMA money disbursement and an award for the full upgrade of the electrical system at the TR Gallo Park bulkhead area. That is not what is on the agenda tonight. This is simply the electrician, Patrick, who has made a request after he identified issues that are of a safety concern. Some of the electrical components and the connections between the bulkhead and the docks are simply not up to code. I believe the code has changed. There are marine specific connectors that are required at this point that may or may not have been required in the past. But as a licensed New York State electrician, he has to comply with New York State code. And these connectors can be expensive. In anticipation of Memorial Day, I purchased some connectors myself. And just so you're aware, I am in very good communication with the mayor's office, with Mr. Norman's office and his staff, Ms. Tinty as well, and Kyle on the camera initiative down in TR Gallo Park. And I really am very glad to be engaging in this kind of public-private partnership. I came out of the economic development world and do real estate full-time at this point, but the dock is a very critical component to our ecotourism world, and the numbers do represent the benefit to the city and to the merchants, not just in the Rondout area, but throughout the city of Kingston. But this is a fairly straightforward issue. Some of the components that Patrick wants to replace, he indicated to me, are of a commercial / residential non-marine style that I believe may have been allowed in past, years, like 20 years ago, and simply are not up to code right now. So he needs to replace some connections for the docks to be functional, for the electrical service to be provided to the boaters who are coming in. And we have quite a few. The fact that last year there were tremendous shutdowns, we are seeing loopers, the folks that go up the Hudson into the Erie Canal and around the Great Lakes and down through the Mississippi, in staggering numbers throughout the Hudson Valley. In a normal year, I'm told you'd see about 200, maybe 250 of those boats on the entire loop, as they call it. And between Atlantic City and Albany right now, I'm told there are about 250 boats in our vicinity between Atlantic City and Albany. So I'm very grateful to the mayor and to Ed Norman and his staff, and Patrick's been great. Kyle came down, speaking to the camera issue. The city paid for and installed 2 cameras in Tiargella Park that are placed on the shack, as we call it, for the dock master. Those cameras point towards Broadway and towards the bandstand area. Just out of curiosity and for security's sake, I asked Kyle what the cost was for additional cameras. And the cameras are about $200 a piece. And I purchased 3 additional cameras that are going to be installed on the bulkhead side to look at the docks, to look at the promenade. They will also pick up the kayak dock and what we call Sea Dock, which is down on Wirt Street. And, I'm happy to put the private resources into keeping everybody secure and safe. And we had an issue actually right before Memorial Day with the entire kayak dock being disconnected and floating away. It was Miss Noble who identified that at about 5:30 in the morning to myself and the mayor and everyone else. And I had my staff go down to Hideaway and secure the kayak dock, bring it back to where it belonged, tie it off, and then with the help of DPW staff, Mr. Boyle and a couple other people, we got that connected for Memorial Day weekend. But I'll be glad to have the cameras on the docks. I think that it's important under the current circumstance for more security down there. I have witnessed some issues this season that were not in play last year. So I'm glad to assist.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Sheehan? Michelle Hirsch?
Hi, Mr. Sheehan, Alderwoman Hirsch. I agree that the marina is very vital to our whole city. I just want to make sure that the boxes can be had because there's just been a shortage of everything. So the boxes are available and at the prices.
I don't know exactly what he's looking to spend the money on. I believe it's for connections and for receptacles, things of that nature. I don't have the memo or the email that he sent in reference to the request, but I can tell you he did identify to me residential non-marine items that are installed currently. And because of his licensing, he simply can't continue to use them if they are faulty. So that's all I can speak to in that.
Okay, I was just concerned that if the items are even available and at the costs that we're considering, that's all.
Okay, any other questions? Elisa Tinti?
I'm just looking at my email from Patrick, our electrician Patrick, and it sounds like they are available, and it's mostly wire. He says that the wire is brittle, and the wire needs to be replaced, has to be pulled out and replaced, and it's the electrical boxes and receptacles. But it sounds like that they're available.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ed Norman?
Yeah, hi, just to reiterate on what was just said by Elisa, I did get an email, probably the same one she got. Talked to Patrick. They are available. It's the quantity is what, it'll take a little bit of lead time to get once you guys approve it. But it is available. It's probably readily available at a local distributor here. Again, with his license, he has to make sure everything is up to code, or he would risk losing his license. And that's not something we want here at DPW, of course. But it is a safety issue. You can't, I think his biggest concern was more the sheathing on the wires themselves was brittle, kind of, dry rot with the sun over the years. We can't, we don't want that risk of wire falling in the water and energizing the water. So, but yes, it should be readily available to act on pretty quickly.
Great, thank you for that assurance. All right. Any other questions here before I read the committee report? All right, the committee report reads requesting from the city clerk, requesting a transfer of $2,000 from contingency to cover the cost of repairing and replacing electrical boxes on the bulkhead of the city marina from contingency A1.1990.5404 $2,000 to docks construction materials A1.1410.7562.487 $2,000. So the estimated financial impact will be $2,000. Do we have a motion to examine? Michelle Hirsch, second. Don Tollerman. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, then I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? Great. The committee unanimously decides in favor of the resolution. It will now go to the Common Council. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you all very
Singh,
much.
for being here, and it's nice to know we now have another expert on bluestone in the city.
We try. Enjoy your evening, and thank you for your time, and I look forward to seeing you all in person at some point.
Great, take care.
Take care now.
All right, so our next item is going to be Sue Cahill regarding the tree grant, and then we'll be talking about Parks and Recreation, and then we will move into a discussion regarding reopening equipment for City Hall. All right, Sue Cahill, are you still with us?
I am. Thank you. Good
You're in
evening.
the office.
Yeah, I am.
All right.
Getting a lot of extra work done. It's good. So this is a $50,000 grant that we received from the New York State DEC under the Urban and Community Forestry Grant Program. It's our third grant in this series. The first grant was back in 2018. And under that grant, we did the citywide street tree inventory. So then building upon the inventory, we applied for the second round and we did a grant that removed between, I think, about 70 to 90 trees, or no, I'm sorry. We removed about 82 trees that were defined as priority removals for public safety purposes. And that was completed in 2019. once we had that grant, we applied for the third grant, which is this one, and this is to plant city street trees. It's a citywide grant, and we were not given the award under the first round because under COVID, they reduced the funding dramatically, but they did come back with more funding, and now we've been awarded this grant. As I said, it's a $50,000 grant. It is citywide. We just received notification of this on Arbor Day this year. So we are right now in the process of working with the state to put together the contract documents. There will be a local match, and I intend to put that into the city budget request for 2022, because we are looking at the plantings to occur in the spring and the fall of 2022. So that will be a $12,500 match that we are required, but I'll put it in there. Right now, I'm just looking for the authorization to allow the mayor to execute all of the agreements with the state to secure the funding source.
Do you have an estimate, Sue, about how many trees we're talking about here?
We are estimating between 70 to 90 trees will be able to be planted. Right now, our thought, we're working with the tree commission, or through the tree commission. Our thought is to not only look at the inventory, but to look at other areas where there have been removals since the inventory originally took place. There will be an application that is developed because property owners will be required to buy in, so to speak, to this. They'll be required for the ongoing maintenance after we do install them, plant them. We'd be looking at a variety of types of trees. Probably 4 to 5 different species would be offered, and there would be for different planting areas. So if you have more of a narrow tree lawn, you get a tree that would be suited to be able to establish there and survive there. If you have a wider one, obviously the same thing. Under utilities, we have certain trees that we've identified work well under utility lines. So you don't get into the situations where you see nowadays with Central Hudson coming through and pruning up the trees and they look disastrous. So we're trying to get as many in as we can. And we're not going to offer a tremendous amount of species, like I said, but we want to get the best bang for our buck. So that's why we're keeping it somewhat limited.
Great. Thank you. Steve Shabbat and then Don Tollerman.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Steve.
None of this is going to go towards any kind of removal, just planting, right?
Just planting, yes.
Okay. Are you looking at anything for the future, to kind of build up an account? I have some concerns. The tree commission doing a great job. They're identifying trees, that really need to come down, that are eyesore, dangerous, blah, blah, blah. However, that cost is generally passed on to the homeowner who really may not be at fault. Or, sometimes they're 100-year-old trees. They haven't been properly maintained, and, sometimes they get ordered to take it down, and it can be a strain on people. So at some point it would be nice to see the city do something to maybe share the cost or take some of the burden off, because people, it's expensive to take a tree down. So at some point in time I think we should have this discussion about getting some perhaps in your next budget, put some money in there. I think it would be well spent.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there, Steve. I know what the costs are, and it is a burden on property owners. It was our thought process that once we get working through this grant, when the next grant round comes along, hopefully it will, we would be applying for a maintenance grant, and that would build on pruning and possibly some removals as necessary, but we'd probably look to focus on pruning So that we don't end up in these situations where, the trees get so bad that they end up having to be taken down, but we might extend their lives that way.
Right. Okay, great, thanks.
Don Tollerman?
Hi, Sue. So there's no money in this grant for removal, correct? So how many trees approximately need to be removed that are currently standing?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. But I'm sure, like I said, the last time we did the removal in 2019, we did 82 trees. And there are still plenty more out there that do need removal. And they were the priority ones. We worked off of the inventory based on public safety factors.
And when you say plant new trees, obviously the stumps are still there in the ground. We didn't remove stumps, right? So it has to be near it.
Right. We are going to be working with DPW. They do have a stump grinder. So when obviously I know that, their burden, they have a workload that's pretty heavy right now. But I've been working with Ryan Kuhn. And when they get a day or a couple of days, they have the list of all the trees that were removed. They're going to be going around and doing stump removals for us, and grinding.
Great. Other questions for Sue?
One last one. Is there some continuing? You said this is the second or third round. Is this something in the future that we can apply for additional removal and planting?
Absolutely. Yes, we're hoping that they continue to fund this particular funding stream, and we'll apply in the next round because we've been successful. We've been able to accomplish the grants as we've committed to. So I think we have a good track record there.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sue Cahill? All right, then the committee report reads, Department Planning. Authorize the mayor to expend and execute any and all related documents for the NYSDEC Urban and Community Forestry Grant, DECO 1, UCF 2, 2019, 00070 for a citywide tree planting program. So Sue, the financial impact here, there's none listed at this point. Would that be the 12,000 or is that going to come later? Because you said you put that in the budget.
Right. That I intend to put into the actual budget for 2022. So that we'll see that in the budget request. There's no impact right now.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have a motion to consider? Steve Shabbat. Second, Michelle Hirsch. Discussion, debate. Michelle?
Eat trees, as many as possible. Good for our environment and our community and our air.
Great. Don Tollerman?
Proud to be a tree city, America.
We are.
Yep.
25 years.
Yep.
All right. Great. Any other discussion? In that case, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? All right, it's going to the Common Council. Thank you, Sue. Go home.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. My lights just went off. Thanks. Have a good night.
There's a sign for you. Good night.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, the next item is Parks and Rec, and then there was also an added issue here regarding some CDBG funds that we'll want to look at. So it's looking like Lindsay is here with us. Hello, Lindsay.
Hi, how is everyone?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Is everything quiet at your house?
As quiet as it can be.
Okay, glad to hear it. All right.
Yes. So I am requesting 3 different transfers from the miscellaneous rec trust fund. These monies used to be in a TE account that we had more access to in previous years, but now we are following a new process to make sure that we are running everything past the Common Council, to make sure that you guys understand exactly what we are asking for the money to be used for. So one of the items is for a transfer of funds to go to pool supplies and equipment. The pool has run down a lot of their equipment, a lot of their materials, a lot of which is used, for safety measures. And so we want to make sure that we can update as much of that equipment as possible. Things such as rescue boards. I know we need a new AED pads for the pool, and some safety rope, buoys, things like that. So that is one of the requests. The other is to fund some of the movie showings for Movies Under the Stars. We are hoping to have 3 to 4 this year, one of which is going to be co-sponsored by the Kingston Library. And then we're definitely going to have 2 other ones and possibly a third. And so if you have access to any of those T spreadsheets, it shows over the years there's been various donations from different local groups for Movies Under the Stars specifically. And so we just want to be able to utilize some of that money to pay for the actual DVDs. They sometimes run between $350 and $475 depending on the film. And so that's the reason for that. And the third one is for, I had presented to the General Government and Public Safety Committee to rename the Block Park basketball courts in honor of Kenny Bryant. And so as such, part of that agreement or part of the application was to utilize funds that were collected during a fundraiser for Kenny in his honor from 2012 to 2013 to cover the costs of the sign. And so we are looking to pull $60 from that, which I believe there's somewhere around $1,600 that was pulled in from that fundraiser. So that's kind of a smaller one. But yeah, so it's all coming from the same account, but they are going to different lines. And so we submitted 3 different committee reports for that.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Lindsay? Michelle Hirsch?
Are you gonna shout? Any tip? And do you know what movies you're gonna show?
Oh, the movies. I believe one that was suggested is Zootopia. I think the library requested to show that one. The thing about Disney movies, there are a lot of blackout dates. So a lot of that will depend on if they're available. I think the more recent one, though, was Raya and the Last Dragon, which I have not seen yet. So I'm excited about that one. And I don't think the third one's been determined yet. I think it was a sports movie.
Well, these all seem like worthwhile investments, and I expect a lot of people will be out and enjoying themselves this summer.
Yeah, it's an easy way for families to get out and visit the different parks. We always try to spread it out. So, folks get a chance to go to parks that maybe they're not as familiar with. And especially with this, the pandemic, this is a nice kind of safer option for families to ease back into, going out into public.
Definitely. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions for Lindsay? All right. Hearing none, then we have 3 items. I'm going to take them in the order that they are in the packet here. So the first one is on page 109. I'll read the report from the Department, Parks and Recreation. The Parks and Recreation Department would like to request a transfer of funds from the miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to host Movies Under the Stars this summer. Transfer $1,500 from A1 39-1-1300 miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to A1 7-7310-14-54-72 contracted services. We have and the financial impact, estimated financial impact is 0. Michelle Hirsch, second. Don Tollerman. We seem to have lost Steve Shabbat.
He's on his way back in.
Oh, okay. What, did he run to his store to get some beer? I see his name. Oh, he moved to the top. Steve, are you there?
I'm here now. My video's not on. I don't know what happened.
All right, well, we are voting, getting ready to vote on the $1,500 for the Underneath the Stars, Under the Stars program, zero financial impact estimated. So all in favor, thumbs up or yell yes.
Yes.
All right, so that's unanimous. Anybody opposed? Okay. The second one that we're going to consider here, again, in the order of the packet, it's page 111 from the Parks and Recreation Department. Parks and Rec Department would like to request a transfer of funds from the miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to cover the cost for signage designating the proposed Kenneth G. Bryant Jr. Memorial Basketball Courts. Transfer $60 from A1 391300 miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to A1 1 1625 14 5485 general materials and supplies. Estimated financial impact is zero. Do you have a motion? Michelle Hirsch.
Second.
Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? In that case, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, moving to the third item. This is page 113 of the agenda packet. Parks and Recreation Department would like to request a transfer from the miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance. I'm sorry, that woo was not part of the report here. It's almost as bad as the lightning that struck right next to our house earlier. Transfer of funds from miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to purchase much needed supplies and equipment for the beach and pool season. Transfer $5,000 from A1 391300 miscellaneous recreation committed fund balance to A1 7 7180 14 5485 general materials and supplies. Estimated financial impact is zero. Michelle Hirsch makes a motion.
Second.
From Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? All right. Great. That's it. The next item here is relating to request for CDBG funds relating to tables and chairs. Let me see if I can find this. Woo, not that one. Here we go. Lindsay, do you want to tell us about this one? Rondout Neighborhood Center materials?
Yes, so I believe last month I had come to request the transfer of the funds for the physical computers. I believe it was 15 at the Hodge Center, 20 at Rondout Center. For the after school program to help support the kids' school assignments and extracurricular activities. And now this transfer is to cover the cost of the additional printers for the kids to print out any homework assignments, school projects, things like that. And as well as the tables and chairs to support stationing the computers. So it's just to help further improve the environment for the kids to be able to do their homework, be able to do any activities afterwards, and just to, so that we're not mixing and matching different countertops and tables that we get donated, for the centers. We'll just have a more cohesive look.
Great, and there's no estimated zero financial impact. Any questions for Lindsay?
Motion.
I get a motion from Steve Shabbat, second from Michelle Hirsch. All right, any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
And that's unanimous also.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Lindsay, for all the good work.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
When's the
Appreciate
pool
it.
open?
I'm sorry?
When does the pool open?
Read a good bedtime story tonight.
I think I'm on in a little bit again, so I'm going to hang out.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, thanks.
All right. So our next item here is the equipment for redoing our sound and video system in City Hall. Kyle McIntosh is here to tell us what's at issue. This is pages 229 to 58. It's the last item in the package. After this, we'll be going to the consolidated funding applications, and then we'll be talking with John Toohey. And after that, we'll be going into executive session. All right, so Kyle, tell us what's happening here.
Good evening, everybody. I had two different, I guess it's in one setup here, but I tried to send an email out the other day to try to differentiate that there's two different plans, so to speak, here. One is for the conference rooms and one is for the chambers. So two different moving pieces here, but all ultimately the same thing. We're trying to turn the conference rooms into Zoom rooms. The equipment that would be purchased in both these setups, both being very similar, can also be used for Microsoft Teams or just going to YouTube Live Direct if we wished also. I know I had sent out, where's my email here? The conference room setup was basically a camera and a mic on a cart that will be holding a 65-inch commercial grade LCD screen. It's about as simple as you can get to do a production quality broadcast without much manual operation. The camera mic combo that are being used in these Polycoms, they have auto sensing for the microphone to be able to tell where an individual is in the room and zoom in and out like a classroom style or boardroom style onto the individual and lock it in. The same style camera is being used in the chambers, but that is a far more intensive setup because we're trying to accommodate your seating arrangements where some of you are faced one way, some of you face another way, and that everybody would be able to maintain visual of who's in remote, who's physical. To do that was a bit more complicated and required 4 screens, 2 of them being hidden, and well, actually, sorry, all of them being hidden when they're not in operation, but 2 of them being hidden behind the alderman's desks, and 2 of them would be in the visuals on the back walls, coming in and out of furniture that would be custom made to match the room. That's my Cliff Notes version of it. I know I just put a little bit more out in the email, but I don't know if there's any direct questions or.
Good. Any questions for Kyle? Don Tollerman, then Alyssa Tinty.
I know this was covered. The costs of this are not small, right, Kyle?
No, this is high-end equipment. This is not, we can certainly do some things to cheap it out, so to speak, but this is to make that room much more permanent, and it's set up for live streaming to YouTube, even if COVID and hybrid stuff ends. We like the use of a projector and stuff in there. This could all be tied in to make the room much more professionally set up.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. Alyssa Tinty.
I do want to say that this idea is something that we've been talking about, me, Kyle, and the mayor, since I started as city clerk in the end of 2018. Also, with COVID, I can tell you that I've gotten many phone calls from people in the community who are now able to participate in local government, and they just don't have the ability to come into meetings. And we've seen public hearings where we've had 50 people who have called in, which is unheard of. So the ability for people to, of course, come in person, but to be able to participate, even if they're just listening to what's happening in their local government, has been wonderful for the community. We've gotten so many people who've commented that before this happened, before COVID happened, they just didn't have the ability to get themselves to City Hall. I get phone calls from people at Golden Hill, a nurse's aide, asking what's the call-in number because they had people that wanted to listen. I've gotten calls from, it's mostly, either elderly or disabled who they can't physically make it to City Hall, and they have been logging in. And this has been very good for people who don't have the ability to physically come to City Hall to watch committee meetings or public hearings or whatever's going on. So I do want to mention that this is something that I think the community really would benefit from.
Other questions, comment, or Kristen Wilson, or I'm sorry, Michelle Hirsch, then Kristen Wilson?
Hi, this is Alderwoman Hirsch. I get the whole idea of it, and I think that it's important to have, you know, everyone be, these meetings be as accessible as possible. But this is a really pretty large price tag just to return to City Hall, where we've all been using our own equipment from home, you know, for over a year. To get onto our meetings and to use our computers and iPads and our Wi-Fi from home. And so to be able to return to City Hall and be in person and then have such a huge price tag in order to do that, I'm just wondering, you know, like first, like, are we planning on going back to City Hall without this stuff yet? Or like, what is it, the timeline? How soon are you expecting all of this to be set up before we can return? And what are some of the cheaper options?
I don't know anything about the dates to return. I know that the lead times that the setup were asking me, I guess that was part of the reason this being put on special finance tonight, 30 to 60 days, because as of right now, I believe the executive order expires in June. Some of the alternatives you can try to, so this is all being also done through the same group that did our microphone setup. So this is kind of like a phase 2 to the phase 1 of our microphone setup that we've already done. The Hudson Valley Audio Visual group that set this all up is tying this all back into everything, which is, I mean, half of the cost is the furniture, not even that, which is up for debate, you know, how we would even do that. That's just to accommodate the room. We're trying to accommodate the seating arrangements and everything. Whether you return or, you know, tomorrow or not, we still have to figure out something for live streaming to YouTube. We've already cannibalized what we had before, and that was kind of a system that we tried to do in a couple $1,000 budget. That was, as Elisa knows, a bit of a pain.
So
that equipment's all been cannibalized now.
If I could clarify, this is returning to City Hall live is not dependent on this equipment being there. Rather, we've got a little bit of time where there are not going to be a lot of folks in City Hall. So you'd like to be able to use this time to put this equipment in. And this has been under consideration for a long time. I just want to clarify.
Two different pieces. So if you return to City Hall tomorrow and still try to have people attend remotely, you have no way, shape, or form really to let them see the entire room very easily, unless you try to like prop up your laptop on a table up high and looking down at the conference room table. So the conference room setups, what we were looking to have more immediate on here, those are on rolling carts that we can, or not a cart, but a stand that we can move from room to room if we needed to. The chamber setup was more of a long-term permanent solution to fix the hybrid setup and trying to address the live streaming that would be required whether we're doing Zoom rooms or not.
Great, thank you. Kristen Wilson, then Steve Shabbat.
I just had 2 comments. One thing, later in COVID, we have a regular internal staff meeting with some senior staff on different projects. And we tried to hold a hybrid meeting with our, and actually this was Sean Coster was still here. He was very tech savvy, and he went up and he set up all these computers and videos, and we had Zoom, and we had all of that set up. And so, you know, half of us were in the room and with masks on at the time, and half of us were at home or in other places. And it was just an utter failure. We could not make the technology work. It was, you know, half of the people couldn't hear each other. It was just, and we were a lot of relatively tech savvy people who were in the room trying to make it work. And it's just, I think that when you're trying to work with laptops and small videos, it just doesn't work well. And I think the quality for the public will be compromised if you don't get a professional system. So that's one note I just wanted to say. Another thing I wanted to note is that through COVID, for several of our public meetings that we held on grant projects when we were requesting public input, we were able to do live in time Spanish translation. And so having equipment like this would enable us to do that same sort of thing. And I think that we have had a very difficult time outreaching to the Latino and Hispanic community. And some people may not feel comfortable coming to City Hall for public meetings for whatever reason, or maybe they have children to take care of and they can't get here during the evening hours. And so being able to provide the video access and also the live Spanish translation, I think is really important to engage more members of our community in civic life. So those are my 2 comments. I had no intention to speak tonight, but I just wanted to respond to some of the things I was listening to tonight.
Thanks. Thank you for that. Steve Shabbat?
Yeah, thanks. Well, what started out as questions is now just going to be everybody jumping in here and, you know, getting bits, pieces here. But, you know, what I'm hearing is, you know, certainly for the price tag, geez, you didn't need this stuff before. Well, I guess we've moved on to a different presumption now. This money is needed because we want to be live, and we're presuming now a lot of people are going to opt to stay home and watch these meetings that they've been doing for the past year. So I guess those were the questions I had. I guess they've all been answered. You know, at least I understand, you know, why we need this extra money. So thanks, Kyle. Appreciate you being here.
Any other questions for Kyle? Comments relating to this? Elissa, then Dan Baker.
I also wanted to add that this would really bring the city up to the same level that the county is working at right now, so that if someone had to be away, they could still, like the county is able to, one of you aldermen would be able to still be at the meeting if you were away for whatever reason, if you were not able to make it in.
Great, thank you for that. So that means we'll be seeing Doug Koop from the Soviet Union or Russia, wherever it is he goes. Great, okay, Dan Baker.
And just one last comment, you know, we do have a lot of smaller committees that are out there that are, a lot of them are volunteers, that some have support staff, in-house City Hall staff that assist them, and we need just an easy way. And some of them use council chamber as their primary meeting space. Others, and that's their, you know, their choice, their tradition, like planning, like my board of assessment review. Some of them use smaller conference rooms, and we just need a kind of a streamlined way to, an easy way for those meetings to be live streamed and to function in-house, remotely, remote participation, be recorded, be live streamed, and also, you know, staff, in-house staff working odd hours and not having to rely on IT staff to come in to operate those systems. So we really need to think of a way to have a plug and play system that everyone can manage and understand, and not have to, you know, rely heavily on technical skills to make that happen for the public.
Thank you. Elissa?
I'm sorry, I keep talking. Kyle mentioned before the cart that we were using, and he was very kind with his comments. The cart was an absolute disaster, an absolute disaster. We had notes all over it asking people, please don't touch it. You're not being recorded. Every time we went in there, things were missing. The batteries were gone. Cords were missing. There was no connection. And a lot of times I had to call somebody from IT to come to City Hall because, again, things were being touched and things weren't working. Every time I had to call them in, they're getting paid for 3 hours. So you're paying for that. So it wasn't that it was just like wasn't working well. It was a complete disaster. And I know Kyle, a couple of times he would log in to test it and people were in that room touching it as he was logged in, and city staff who were I don't know if they thought maybe they were being recorded. They were not, but they just, it was touched constantly. The other thing is, you may not have noticed, but since COVID started, I have personally done every single meeting. And I know like these meetings get long and some of you are on some committees, you're on others. I have been at every single meeting, every public hearing, you name it, the special meetings, caucus council, because I can't make someone from my office go to these meetings at night. They're, union employees and I can't make them go. If I had to go in, I would be asking you for another staff person to work the meetings because it's a lot. I think this is important for not just your meetings that happen, but as Dan Baker said, there are so many meetings that happen, committee meetings, and they're volunteers. If they can't make it, then they don't. We've had many meetings canceled because they can't come up with a quorum. It's a lot for people. That's all.
Michelle Hirsch.
Hi, I just want to, Alderman Hirsch, I just want to say, like, I agree with everything. I understand the need, even as liaison going to other meetings, it's been nice to be able to Zoom in. It sounds very technologically advanced, and have we spoken to the company that does the county meetings? Like, how is this going to work? Is somebody going to have to be available to run anything? And like, did we even put out an RFP? So.
Kyle?
Yep. So the primary goal, what we were trying to do here is make it mostly automated. So the cameras that we're using, actually, if I could go back about a decade, we looked at doing some studio size setup in chambers probably about 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago. The cameras back then were not attainable in any price range that we'd be able to do. You'd really need a person to do it manually and point them and have preset like zoom levels to put them where you want them. And that's what we looked at then. And the cost to do that room then was about $130,000. The stuff now that we're looking at, the cameras are smart enough to sense where the sound is coming from and will zoom in and out on their own. So the idea is that you will just have a tablet to start the Zoom room or the live stream or Microsoft Team meeting, whatever you choose. The little box is all you deal with. You start it and then everything just goes. If you're in the chambers, they will recede into the boxes, so into the custom-made furniture. If we could hang them on the wall, I could save $30,000, but for the architectural requirements of that room, that's just not going to be. I think it's on the national landmark as well. So we had some issue putting the speakers up before. So to try to accommodate all that, that's why we're looking at custom-made furniture.
Okay, I see you've got an assistant at work with you, Kyle.
He's highly curious here, yeah.
Excellent. So it seems like one of the crucial things, I want to clarify again, one of the crucial things here that you're emphasizing, Kyle, is that there would be lots of different people using this equipment. And Alyssa's pointing out that she can't be at every single meeting, particularly if we've got all our boards and commissions there. So you want equipment that's going to be easy to use so that basically, all of these different groups can use it. It won't be subject to, changing the controls on them or losing parts and that kind of stuff. If I'm right about that, am I on the right track here?
Yes, yeah, that is the goal. Yep. So the goal would be that just go to the tablet, start your meeting, things pop up automatically. They're already set in the room. So somebody from IT is always on call. Something some kind of hiccup happens. But in a general sense, this isn't going to be relying on 4 different pieces of equipment that all have to make sure the wiring's all plugged in on a card or anything like that.
So this will be an integrated system.
Yes. Yep.
And so actually what you're asking for right now, you don't have the actual dollar amount for what this will cost. You're basically asking for a...
no, I do.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, so we went off of state bid for like 99% of this is on state bid. I think maybe the cart the stand may be the only item that wasn't on state bid on the one quote.
Okay.
But, this is right off of New York State OGS contract. So.
And that includes both the furniture and the furniture
was an estimate. Sorry, that's an estimate right now. That's we still don't. It wasn't going to. to invite them in if we didn't have this go forward here. We just had an estimate of what it would take to do 2 boxes. They just did some similar for, I'm not sure if it was City of Poughkeepsie or Town of Poughkeepsie, but they did one there. So they took that and times it by 2 because it has a lift in it to bring the screen up and down. And then the camera will be mounted on one of those. So that is still an estimate though. When they come in the room and try to see what kind of wood we're using and try to make it match, it could be a lot less. We just didn't want to, we try to budget ourselves, that's all.
Okay, so any other questions for Kyle? All right, so I don't have a committee report for this, Kyle.
Yeah, I think look at the mayor's submission. I didn't see it on there. John was texting me. I don't know. Oh, he can draft it, he's saying. Oh, or perhaps Rennie will write it up. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I don't have it in front of me either. Sorry, because I was trying to do this on behalf of the mayor.
I can write it up here. I just need to know what to say. So,
okay, yep.
IT requests.
He put it as a total of 90,000. I was also giving some rooms for curtains in the back if needed, and any miscellaneous cabling and stuff that comes up.
But it would be a transfer from contingency, right?
I'm not sure. John, are you here? Oh, yes, from contingency, A1 1990 5404.
2.
Probably went my service contract, 16, it's A1 1680.
Hold on.
Oop,
hold.
He's texting me.
A1 1680.
Yep, .5211, sorry, equipment.
.5211 equipment. And then what do we call this? Audiovisual equipment, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it Zoom equipment because it's not, it's more universal than that, but yeah, audio-visual equipment for remote meetings and such.
And the amount, was it exactly 90,000?
The exact was 80. The mayor's request was 90,000. The exact amount we had tallied in the 2 quotes that we have is, we have 13, my email, not the mayor's. I'm not sure how you're writing it, but the conference room setup was $13,540.84. That's the quantity of 2.
Well, I'm looking for the total here.
So total's 90,000. That was rounded up. Yep. That's that, the conference rooms, chambers, and some curtains if needed, and miscellaneous wiring and such.
Okay, so the way I've got this written is AT requests transfer from contingency A1 1995-404 to A1 1680.5211 equipment. Should that say IT equipment?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
For audio visual equipment for live streaming and remote meeting capabilities. Does that sound right?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Okay. Everybody clear then on the report there? Do I need to read it again? All right, do we have a motion to consider? All right, Steve Shabbat. Do we have a second? All right, I will second it. So we are open for discussion, debate. Michelle Hirsch?
I'm going to be a no vote at this time. I just think it's a really expensive expenditure. It's more for the convenience of the boards and council and committee members. Now we have 2 people watching our live stream right now. So I just think it's a really, really expensive expenditure. And I just would like to see other prices, to other options that are be a little bit cheaper. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Other comments, questions? Don Tollerman?
Well, I did, I've heard also the idea that more people can participate in our proceedings. But I really, on balance, agreeing with Michelle here, that it's really, it's a lot of money to expend at this point, and I don't think I think there's other uses for the money that serve the city better at this point. I'm not in favor of it right now.
Okay. My sense is that this is a new world that we've entered into. The COVID crisis has put us all into a virtual place where we are much more comfortable meeting in this two-dimensional world. I think we have a lot more facility with it. Now, what I hear staff saying too is that this is a tremendous burden on them, the current system that we have, and that it's really vital that we move to a system that fits the actual communications world that we live in. So I agree, it would be nice to see if there's some cheaper ways to do this, but I'll be a yes vote just to keep it going. So any other comments, questions, debate there? Steve Shabbat?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel pretty much the same way. I was a little surprised at the cost and, wondering why it's costing us so much. I'm hearing some good reasons. I did hear Kyle say there are sometimes our cheaper options really cheaper. This is, as Kyle says, this is pretty high-tech stuff. And, as I said before, and Rennie has reiterated, this is, we've moved into a whole new world and we're not going back again. And people still, there's a lot of people that are still not going to be comfortable going to City Hall, possibly including us, but we have to. So we'll be there, but the general public doesn't have to go. And, this has been, kind of an enlightening experience having people, in on our meetings that, probably wouldn't have been there before. They can stay home. I think it's nice that we're going to afford them the opportunity to be at our meetings, all of our meetings, with some upgrades and equipment. I've been sitting here all night. My lights are flashing with the storm and my computer's been going on and off. So that's what we're dealing with all the time. So, hopefully all these upgrades will get us past all that. We're not going to be using our own cheap computers, to do all this stuff. It's going to be more efficient. As Elisa says, we're not going to have to dedicate as much manpower to this probably. I don't know. I'm not one of those futuristic high-tech guys, but we have crossed that line where this is the way the world's going to be now. And I suspect we're not going to be the only ones that are changing. Doctors, everybody is doing this kind of virtual stuff. So as much as I hate to give in to a high price tag, I'm going to vote yes at this point anyway.
I think it's important to remember too that this is the kind of thing that could come under be covered by our COVID emergency funds, precisely because of what you just said, Steve. A lot of people still concerned about going out. Even when we get through all of this COVID stuff, there are older folks who would very much want to take part, but because they're concerned of, disease, compromised immune systems, this is the kind of thing that would really work for them to allow them to be participants from a place where they feel safe. So, all right, if there's no other comment or discussion, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the resolution? I didn't call for a no yet, Don, unless that's an upside down yes. All right, so that's 2 that I count. All opposed? Michelle Hirsch and Don Tollerman. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Kyle. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the assistant who's in charge of levity in your house.
Thank you. Take care. Good night.
All right. Next item on the agenda is the consolidated funding applications. This is pages 131 to 74. Kristen Wilson, tell us what's happening here. Oh, and this is, we got a new version of this, right?
Yeah, I think some of my communication to council didn't make it into the agenda that was posted online. So I resent a PDF with all of the corrections, with that had some of the missing things.
Okay, great. Alyssa?
I sent it to everyone. It was a little after 5 today, so you should have received it, and it's also posted.
Right, and it starts the May 28 letter, Dear President Schott, writing to request. Right, does everybody have that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you want to walk us through this?
Sure. So this is our CFA season has started. The CFAs are due on July 30th this year. And we are proposing to apply for 5 projects. And we also have 2 community organizations that are joining us tonight with resolutions or request for resolutions to support their projects. So I have put together, my office, Ruth Ann and I, and all of the project managers who've worked with us on this have put together a list of the 5 projects in the CFA season summary. In general, the projects that we have chosen this year are, as we have said several times, we're challenged with staff capacity. And so all of the projects that we have chosen are part of an existing project, or like it's phase 2 of an existing project. And so that has been our strategy for this year. So each of the projects that we're proposing, essentially already have a project manager, and we're looking for more funding to support the project. So we can go through these one by one, and all of the project managers or people who are assisting with the grant application are here at the meeting today. So we can go through them in the order that they are in the CFA season summary, if that sounds good to you, Rennie.
So go through all of them and then do the committee reports.
Yeah, so we can talk about one project, and then if you want to, I don't know if you would rather that we each talk about our projects and then consider the resolutions at the end, or would you rather talk about one project, consider the resolution, vote on it, then move to the next one?
What do the members of the committee think? Would you rather do it proposal committee report, or all the proposals, then all the committee reports? Don Tollerman?
I have a question. Kristen, this sounds like it's a lot of stuff to really listen to and talk about. which I'm totally down for, but it is almost 10 o'clock at night and I don't want to shortchange anybody because we're all tired, it's late and I don't know if, whatever, I'm good for it, but if you've got a lot of CFA applications that you want to talk about and we should really deep dive into them, maybe we should postpone this. I don't know.
We can't postpone this. We would need the resolutions by the July Common Council meetings so that we're able to apply by July 30th. And also we would like an indication from the council of whether you're going to support the resolutions to apply, because we don't want to spend staff time on putting together an application if the council is going to.
Okay, fair enough. But I mean, I'm presuming that since we're already in it, you're talking about phase twos for a lot of these. I wouldn't suspect we would object to moving forward with any of them, but let's go ahead.
Okay, Michelle?
I'm just in favor of separate resolutions just for tracking purposes.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear what you're saying.
Separate resolution for each one. So.
Yeah, we have to do a separate resolution. The question is, do we do the presentation and that resolution, or do you do all the presentations?
I think we should do each resolution after part of that presentation, just so we're very clear.
Okay, so we'll go presentation, or rather proposal, report, proposal, report, proposal, report. All right, good. So the first one is Kingston Point Park Phase 2.
Yeah, so Julie Noble is managing Kingston Point Park Improvements Phase 1, and she can tell you about this project.
Great.
Go ahead, Julie.
So back in 2016, we received the city received funding from the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to do a project at Kingston Point, which we were funded for that project for $300,000 in grant funding, $100,000 in match, which I recently came to the council to get that match out of the recreation fee reserve. That project originally was written as a grant to add a soccer field at Kingston Point, to add parking, to take the parking that is south of Delaware Avenue and move it north of Delaware Avenue, and then to take the remaining area south of Delaware Avenue and to turn it into a wetland. After we were able to secure our engineer, which is Bernier and Larios, for that project, in evaluation of the scope of work, we made the collective decision to break it up into 2 phases in the anticipation that phase 1, which is the phase we are advancing now with that funding, we wanted to be conservative and knowing that we might not have enough money to do the full project, and we didn't want to commit to all of it without knowing how much the phase 1 would be. So we moved forward with a construction bid for phase 1, which is the soccer field and the parking lot. It has been awarded. Construction should be starting in 2 weeks and will be complete by September 1st. And that contractor that came in for that project, we got 13 bids, and the lowest is within our budget, but confirmed that it's going to take our full budget for that grant in order to do phase 1, which is the parking lot and the soccer field. However, we would like to continue with the original intent of the project, which is to continue to take the area south of Delaware Avenue and turn that from the existing inundated parking lot into an actual wetland. In addition to that, we would like to complete a gap that is currently existing in the Empire State Trail, where as it comes up into Rotary Park and enters into Delaware Avenue, but does not safely get you from that Rotary Park entrance over to North Street. And so the proposal that we would like to put forth through this CFA season is through the Department of State Local Waterfront Revitalization Program. And it would be a request for $654,500, which we would get, hopefully be successful through their grant. And the city would be on the hook for 15%, which is $115,500, for a total project cost of $770,000 to hire an engineer to design both sets of this project, both of the parking lot transformation into a wetland and the multi-use path pedestrian access way from the end of Delaware Avenue back to North Street to complete that gap in the Empire State Trail. These numbers are based on engineers' estimates from Bernier and Larios, who is obviously been part of the project. And so they are actual numbers from that engineering estimate, and they're not inflated. This is the number that we got from it. So this would be the complete phase 2. And yeah, that's it.
Questions for Julie? Don Tollerman?
Julie, what, can you repeat again the North Street and Delaware Avenue connection? Exactly what is it that is proposed?
Sure. So of the 770,000, 600,000 of it, 575,000 of it is for the wetland project. So it would be removing the asphalt, doing all the land, the grading, the preparation, all that, the embankments, everything. A fraction of the total, less than 200,000, would be to create a formal path, pedestrian access from the gate at Rotary Park at the end of Delaware, bring a sidewalk down to a crosswalk over to north of Delaware, a sidewalk or pedestrian path along Delaware there to cross over the beach access road, and then create an ADA accessible paved path through the field and connect over to the path that connects through the woods that Hutton Brickyard put in. And my understanding is that they are going to be looking to pave that as well. So basically this would create an ADA accessible path.
Got it. But isn't there overlap with the proposed $22 million grant that we are pitching for and hiring a consultant to write?
There is. Kristen, if you want to speak to that.
Sure. So this is a state grant, and the other grant that we're applying for is a federal grant. And so if we were so lucky to get both of them, then they could match each other. And we, with the federal grant, I think that funding would be flexible to, we have so many sections of that project. And so if we were so lucky to get both of them, then I think we could utilize some of the federal, utilize some of the federal money to match this grant instead of getting a city bond or using in-kind staff time or other ways that we might match the state grant. So,
Got it, okay.
It's.
I can ask a follow-up question, which is, parking is always an issue, and now especially with the rail trail, the Empire State Trail, the beach is the only parking area, and we're going to remove the inundated parking area. Was there any other options to create new parking in the planning?
Yeah, phase 1 that will commence within 2 weeks. And
that's across the street.
Yep. So the equivalent number of parking spots that have been lost to inundation that we haven't had access to in years now are being moved north.
About 30?
48.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Michelle Hirsch?
It's not a question, but more just a comment that I think this, the mitigation of the flooding is really important at there's just so many complaints about the parking lot and that this is long overdue. So before this, thank you.
All right.
One last question, Julie, is this the BMX facility? Is that part of this conversation at all, or is that just a separate entity?
The players themselves, the folks themselves have not been in a conversation, but the design to continue their access to their site is part of the design. So, well, will be part of the final design. It's been part of the conceptual design in that when you come down Delaware Avenue and you pass North Street and then that first entrance into the wetland parking lot is how you would get to a BMX. That will still be the same way. We'll be creating basically a bermed access and a culvert with a culvert over the wetland for them to continue access there. That's the current thought. So yes, that it will not cut off access to BMX, and actually it will improve what is currently there, because right now people are driving through the wetland to get there.
Right, okay.
Any other questions? All right. The committee report for this reads: Department of Office of Grants Management to request authorization for the mayor to apply and execute documents for a grant from the New York State Department of, New York State DOS LWRP program for funds in an amount of $654,500 for construction of the Kingston Point Park Phase 2 project. The match requirement of 15% of the total project cost in the amount of $115,500 will be provided by another grant, in-kind, force account funds, donations, and if necessary, bonding to be requested. The total project cost is $770,000. Estimated financial impact would be determined in the future. Do we have a motion? Steve Shabbat, second by Michelle Hirsch. Any discussion? Hearing none, call for the vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Great. Thank you. We will move now to the second item.
Thanks, Julie.
Which is Kingston Point Rail Trail Phase 2. I'm guessing that means Julie's coming back.
No, actually, no, that would be me. This is actually we're going to be resubmitting an application that we submitted last year and we weren't awarded. Last year we submitted an application for 2 programs from the New York State Parks and sorry, it is getting late. OPHRHB. And we were awarded one of them. We asked for funding through the Recreational Trails Program and the Heritage Area Program, which this is the way that we funded the Kingston Point Rail Trail. And they awarded us the Recreational Trails Program funding, but they didn't award us the Heritage Area Systems funding. So we're going to reapply this year and resubmit. And so this is for a project to complete the Kingston Point Rail Trail Phase 2, which would start at Roundout Gardens, where the current trail ends, and it would wind behind the Trolley Museum and go down past the Trolley Museum, sort of along the tracks where the trolley goes now from the Trolley Museum, and enter in onto East Strand Street. So it would be an extension of what you now know as Kingston Point Rail Trail Phase 1. We also, we had been working with the Trolley Museum on the design for this project, and we would also include some interpretation of historical places, transit or the trolley in Kingston in the past. And there's also a 9/11 exhibit that the museum would like to display. They have I believe they have some like
Crushed vehicles.
Yeah, vehicles. Thank you, Don. They do have some vehicles that were, part of the 9/11 disaster And so they'd like to display those along the trail, within the design that we've put together.
Question. So Kristen, how is that trail going to go behind the museum? Won't that need some digging and stabilization of that steep cliff behind the museum?
Yeah, there will be some stabilization and a wall that will need to be put in behind the trolley museum. And there will also need to be, for ADA purposes, there will need to be behind the trolley museum. It's a little bit steep. The grade is steep, so there would be some sort of ramps that would go down.
Yeah, I assume you looked at going in and talked to them about going in front of the building?
Yes.
That would be so much better.
Well, we explored a lot of different options and worked with the trolley museum on this. And part of the problem with going in front of the museum is there's actually also a very steep grade. So to get down from where the trail comes into the museum down, they have steps that come up from the parking lot. So to get down that, it's actually quite complicated. And also they have some exhibits and there's some security issues with bringing it through the front as well because of some of the exhibits and the cars that they have in the front. So we did explore many options with them, and this is the design that we were moving forward with.
Any other questions?
Yeah, right now it comes down to, the trail comes straight down to the Strand, I guess, or Rondout Landing, technically it's called, right by the bridge, correct? Right now, it's informal, but it's,
Yes.
right. And so what will happen there? That will just revert back to what it was, a private sidewalk? Okay.
Well, that sidewalk, and John Schulteis just joined. That sidewalk that was built by DOT, I believe, and it's maintained by the city, but it's not, it's actually, I think it has too steep of a grade for ADA compliance, and it's not made for bicycles. It's not wide enough. It's really just a sidewalk. That's what it is. It's not a trail. And the other thing about this particular route that we've chosen is that it brings you along the backside of the tracks. It brings you farther down onto East Strand than,
right.
If we went in front of the museum, it wouldn't bring you down as far. So it brings you, it's longer.
And then when you hit East Strand, will it be just shared roadway?
Well, I think that depends on if we get the RAISE grant or not. I mean, let's just say we build this Kingston Point Rail Trail Phase 2 in 2022 only with state funds. We don't get the RAISE grant, then yes, it will take us to East Strand where there's Sharrows and a shared roadway. But if we are to get the RAISE grant and we're able to do a more complete streets solution along East Strand and North Street, then that may look different, but we haven't even started that design. So I can't say what that would be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, the committee report. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to note that the numbers are slightly off. There was a typo. So when
You're adding a 0 at the end?
Yeah, it should be exactly the same numbers as the next project. So it should be 666667 and 166667. Do you see the total project cost is?
Oh, I'm changing my vote.
Brittany, do you see what I'm saying? the total project cost should be $666,667. And the match should be $166,667.
I'm not following your numbers. I got 500,000, 167,000, 667,000.
Yeah, so if you just scroll down to the next one,
Do we have to scroll down to the next one?
I think it would be helpful because it's exactly the numbers for the Dietz Stadium project.
Because I thought that's the same numbers that are down there. That says 500, 167, and 667 also. The numbers are the same.
Kristen, you sent an updated communication, yes?
I did. So here, I'm going to put them into the chat so that.
Who do you want?
Ruth Ann?
I just wanted to say that we had an error on the committee report for the Dietz Stadium project. So if that's the piece that you're looking at, that's why it would match what the Kingston Point Rail Trail numbers say. But for both projects, it should, if you look at the cover summary sheet, that's what Kristen was referring to as far as looking at the correct numbers for Dietz Stadium. They should be the same on that sheet as they are right above.
Okay, so what I've got then, I can read the committee report now. To request authorization for the mayor to apply and execute documents for a grant from the NYS OPRHP Heritage Area Program for funds in the amount of $500,000 for construction of the Kingston Point Rail Trail Phase 2 project. The match requirement 25% of the total cost in the amount of $166,667 will be provided by another grant in kind, forced account funds, donations, and if necessary, bonding to be requested. The total project cost is $666,667. Did I get that right?
You did better than I did. Good.
All right. Well, you know what they say, the devil is in the details, and I see at least 4 devils in those numbers. The 666 in there. This is something to really consider here. All right. Do we have a motion? Steve Shabbat, second. Michelle Hirsch. Any discussion? Better not. All right. All in favor? Steve, are you there? He fell asleep, or else he's frozen.
I think he's frozen, but he does look like he's asleep.
Up, Steve.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, there he is. Steve, you in favor of it? You're muted.
I'm absolutely in favor.
All right, good. So we will move on to the Dietz Stadium request.
That's my project. This application is a request to fund a portion of the overall comprehensive Dietz Stadium project that's underway right now. Currently, we have 3 elements of the phase 2 that are in preliminary design, and this is one of those 3. So we're looking to make improvements to the exterior envelope of the grandstand structure so that we can move forward with the next portion, which is also under design, to do the interior of the building. So it's improving elements such as the deteriorating masonry. We have to do a lot of repointing of cracks and areas where there's leakage. We would like to install handrails to make them ADA compliant. There's a plan also to open a center area of the grandstand so that the sports teams can go directly from the locker rooms through the middle of the grandstand onto the field. So that'll be an adjustment that will be new and different. And we'll also be replacing not the actual seats, but they'll be removed. The envelope will be resealed, and then the seats will be reinstalled. So we're confident about this project because it supports the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, which is a plus as far as competing with other projects in the region. Projects that do support DRI initiatives are considered a plus. So we're feeling pretty good about this project moving forward. And the total construction cost would be about $960,000. So we would be leveraging our DRI grant to win additional funds through the Parks Department. So that's generally the description. If you have any questions.
No bucket seats?
No, I don't think so.
All right, next time around. Okay, Don Tolman.
But then I thought there was much more we're doing as far as the Deeps upgrade with the DRI funds, right?
Well, we've already been working on phase 1, which is on the pool side. So far we've completed the improvements to the exterior of the pool building. We put on a new roof and fixed the masonry.
Right.
We fixed the leaks in the pool. We added a new filter and pump system, and now we're right in the middle of construction of the splash pad. So
right.
About $800,000 of the DRI grant has gone toward that work. And
are we improving our visual system or lighting system?
We will ultimately. That's part of the comprehensive master plan, but we don't yet have the funding for that.
So are we holding off before trying to find those, apply for grants for that?
As soon as opportunities arise to apply for funding, we'll go after them.
And that would include also repaving the.
We do already have 2 grants for the parking lot, and we're beginning preliminary design for all of the parking lot areas with green infrastructure. So that'll be, we'll be working on that over the next year.
Okay.
Great. Any other questions? All right, then. What did I do? All right, so the report here then reads, from Office of Grants Management, to request authorization for the mayor to apply and execute documents for a grant from the NYS OPRHP for an EPF Parks Program grant for funds in an amount of $500,000 for health and safety repairs and upgrades to Dietz Grandstand exterior envelope in support of the Downtown Revitalization Initiative Strategic Plan. The match requirement of $25,000 in the amount of $166,667 will be provided by in-kind force account funds, donations, and if necessary, bonding to be requested. The total project cost is $666,667. Estimated financial impact to be determined. Do we have a motion? Michelle Hirsch. Second by Steve Shabbat. Any discussion?
Thank you, Ruth Ann.
Thanks. Rennie, I just wanted to point out on the committee report, we did need to adjust that number there too.
Again?
We had too many 6s going on. We were getting a little cross-eyed.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, so I'll ask Alyssa to take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, you had a
Yeah,
comment?
I just want to say that I think these upgrades at Beat Stadium are really important to our community and our school district and all the kids and everyone using it and the soccer team coming in, and it's a really vital area for Uptown. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Great. Next, then, this is the fourth item in this particular docket, and parks and trail maintenance. And there's Lindsay again.
Hi. So yeah, for my item, park and trail maintenance equipment, we are looking to submit a grant to try to gain some funds to help better improve our growing trails. The equipment that we currently have does not allow for us to get onto the trails to properly clean them and maintain them. So we are looking to submit a grant for funds for new loader that'll be smaller and better able to get onto the trails and help clean them, maintain them. Some additional items would be a blower, broom, I think a bucket to help access some of the items. And so it's mostly just to make sure that we can actually get the equipment onto the trail to enhance them, improve them.
Great. Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay? Michelle Hirsch, then Steve Shabbat.
Just will all the trails be kept plowed during the winter, or will there be snow on any of them just for snow winter sports?
So I do believe that I know there's one in particular that I think there's a preference to leave the snow. I think is by the Delaware Avenue portion, cutting down towards the beach. I believe that folks actually enjoy. I didn't know that. I was told John Schulteis has been seen to be cross country skiing on that from time to time. So I do think that portions may be left. But if there's areas that are identified that need to be cleaned or plowed, we would definitely make sure that can be addressed.
Okay, great, thank you.
Steve Shabbat.
I didn't have a question. I was making a motion.
Oh. All right. I do. Let me read the committee report. I do see a problem here, Lindsay. There's not enough sixes.
There's not enough sixes.
Yeah, or I guess Kristen them used up all the sixes. There's only one left for you. Okay.
At least 1 6 in the match.
Office of Grants Management to request authorization for the mayor to apply and execute documents for a grant from the NYS OPRHP Recreational Trails Program for funds in an amount of $250,000 for the purchase of trail maintenance equipment for City of Kingston Parks. The match requirements of 20% of the total cost of the in the amount of $62,500 will be provided by another grant, in-kind, force account funds, donations, and if necessary, bonding to be requested. Total project cost is $312,500. Estimated financial impact to be determined. We have a motion from Steve Shabbat. Do we have a second? Michelle Hirsch. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? All right. It's unanimous in favor. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you, good night.
Send us a text about what sleep is like.
Can't you see from my eyes? It's non-existent. Take care.
All right. So the next item is relating to the wastewater quality improvement program.
Yeah, so I can start a little bit and then I'll turn it over to John. When we first started to look at this, we were thinking that we would apply the CFA, the Consolidated Funding Application, is set up so that you can apply for funding from multiple sources. And it's really nice if we can combine multiple sources. So we were originally looking at we did apply for the New York State DFC GIGP Energy Efficiency Program earlier this year, and we were not awarded that grant. So we thought we would reapply along with the DEC Water Quality Improvement Program for upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant. However, in recent days, I think we've determined that we we're probably not going to be successful if we reapply to the GIGP energy efficiency program. So I think tonight we're just asking for a resolution for authorization to apply to the DEC water quality improvement program. And so that would give us 60% of whatever amount that we end up applying for. We still need to determine that. We need to do some more number crunching. But this project is, it's a mandated project. And I think John can speak better to that than I can. And so, ultimately the city has to pay for it. So any grant funds that we can find, ultimately help us out. So John, you can tell everyone more about the project.
Yeah. Good evening. Thanks, Kristen. Yeah, you gave a very good overview. So in 2000, the city's wastewater plant operates under a permit from the state DEC. It's known as the Speedies permit, and it was Kingston, like a lot of communities statewide, was put under a stricter nitrogen limit than it had been. And that new limit came about in 2016, along with a time frame for the city to come into compliance, because it is a significant effort for the city to do so. And we've actually been spending, there's a previous council resolution relative to the engineering design, which this has not been a simple engineering design, but we've been spending about 2 years in negotiations and preliminary designs with DEC, and happy to report that period of design is nearly done. In fact, part of the project is now with DEC. So the next step, this is expected to result in a construction project in 2022 through 2023. So roughly a 2-year construction project at the wastewater plant. And the WQIP funding is a good candidate here. We already have grant funding in place that's worth about $1.9 million towards this cost of this project. But the CFA represents an opportunity to obtain a larger share of the total project cost. And so I could get into more detail if you're interested. Obviously, this being a large project, we do have to come back to the council probably definitely for more authorizations in the next few months, at which time, I could give a more detailed description of the project.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Kristen or John?
So, John, forgive me, it's late. What I'm hearing is this is sort of a necessary upgrade to our water treatment facility, right? I mean,
that's correct. I can describe a little bit. So some of the equipment being upgraded are the blowers, which are very large pieces of equipment that consume a lot of energy, and they're near the end of their life. They're from the 1970s, and so this project, in addition to helping us meet that nitrogen limit, will replace those with blowers that are A, more modern, B, newer, and C, more energy efficient. So it's it's going to be a big investment, but it's the equipment we're talking about has a life of many, many years.
So with this investment, maybe we can ask them to include moving the whole plant, maybe a half a mile down river. Is that possible? Okay, next time. You don't have to answer that, John. It's a joke.
Load it up on those PT boats.
There you go.
All right, any other questions? All right, the committee report reads, Office of Grants Management to request authorization for the mayor to apply and execute documents for a grant from the NYSDEC Water Quality Improvement Program for funds in an amount up to $10 million for improvements to the wastewater treatment plant. The match requirement of 60% of the award amount and an amount up to $6 million will be provided by another grant in kind, force account funds, donations, and if necessary, bonding to be requested. Estimated financial impact to be determined. Do we have a motion? Michelle Hirsch. Second, Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Thank you. All right. That means we move on to the friendly support here for the Rayer Center, who's doing great work. Our good friend, Jeff Miller, who's an expert in all things history here.
Hello, Jeff.
Hi, how's it going? Yes, so the Rear Center in 2009, we were awarded an EPF grant prior to the CFA structure, and we were able to restore the two-story building that's a part of the bakery complex where the oven room is and the storage loft upstairs. Drainage issues and some basic things like that in the backyard. The other building that's a part of it, the building that's right on the corner, the three-story building is in serious shape, and we have applied to the CFA numerous times. From what I understand from our grants manager at Parks, our score from Parks was always perfect. And so if we lost the last time by 1 point, which was from the REDC end of things. The basic problems with the building that we're looking to get the money for is the roof has been failing for a number of years. We have been trying a number of temporary fixes while waiting for the for that grant in the sky. The thing that they work for a while.
You go to the Rear Center.
Pardon me?
All right.
Don.
Mute.
Pardon me?
Don is, okay, he muted himself. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, so yeah, so there's, it needs a new roof at this point. The water penetration from the roof has gotten into the building itself, so there's a substantial amount of reframing that has to be done to the third and second floor landings. It needs drainage work in the basement. It needs, there's no insulation in the roof, so when we upgrade the roof, we have to add insulation, and the engineers say there has to be reinforcement in the framing for the extra weight of the snow that may come. And just the masonry has to be repointed, and every window has to be restored, every window in the building. So we're going to be applying for the maximum amount, historic area, and senior moment. I'm sorry, it's like the what's the word? Kristen, help me. What are the two things? Preservation. The preservation, right? The from Parks, and we hope to get it. We need it. There's a lot of work to be done. Sarah has our new executive director, Sarah Litvin, has turned the Rear Center into a major educational institution. You're working with Kingston Schools, with BOCES, with their two of their programs there, their food program and their clothing program. There's a clothing thing going on now that's in the thing there. And so she needs a building that can work for her. And we're raising the money to restore the interior to meet those needs, but the building and envelope is in desperate need. And so it's a wonderful building. I don't know if you've been there, but you're all welcome. I would gladly give any of you a tour. And we're just asking for the endorsement of the council for this project.
Great,
So-
thank you, Jeff. So any questions for Jeff? Steve Shabbat?
Yeah, I mean, geez, I'm very happy to be supportive of this. The Rear Center and the bakery is such a huge part of Kingston and a part of my childhood growing up. We used to get baked goods from there all the time. Now it's down the street from me. It was still operating when I moved down here. You could smell the rolls on Sunday morning. So, you know, this is the type of thing we should be working really hard to preserve. Jeff, you've been doing a great job down there, doing a lot. The building's aside from what you said, the building looks great already. You know, I've been inside through the tours, and you know, it's an amazing place. I'm happy to support it.
Thanks, Steve.
Any other questions? All right, the committee report reads, Office of Grants Management to request endorsement of the Jewish Federation of Ulster County Incorporated's 2021 CFA application for a grant from the Environmental Protection Fund under the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation for the Rare Bakery Restoration Project. This project will include comprehensive repairs and upgrades to the exterior envelope of the Rare Center's 101 Broadway building. Estimated financial impact, $0. Do we have a motion? Michelle Hirsch, thank you. Seconded by Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Yep. Thank you, Jeff, for all the great work you're doing over there. And also, if you'll give our regards to Sarah Litfin, she's been a real whirlwind over there. So
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Thanks, everyone.
All right, good night. Next up, Transart. Maggie, tell us how they do it in Texas. If you're still awake. There we go.
Okay. So we have, do you have them, which order do you have them in, or does it matter?
Maggie, I think that you have Market New York is first.
Is first?
Yes, Market New York is first, and then OPHRP. Yeah.
Okay, so we are applying to Market New York, which is part of the economic develop ESD, economic
Empire State Development.
La, 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 la. Which is part of their economic development program for Market New York. And Market New York is functionally the I Love New York campaign. It enables, so we are applying for a grant in support of our Pinkster Festival for 2022. Pinkster, the Pinkster Festival was Pinkster was the original African-American celebration in the Americas, and originated right here in the Hudson Valley and in Kingston, which at the time of Pinkster's beginnings was the capital of New York. That's how far back this goes. So we are applying for let's see, where did I put that? We are applying for a grant in the neighborhood. The minimum grant for Market New York is 50,000, and and we need to provide a match. So but we will be applying for something I'm still crunching the numbers on this, something in the neighborhood of 76,000 to launch a statewide and national campaign as part of I Love New York to attract people to the region for the festival, which will take place over the course of a month primarily based in Kingston, but throughout Ulster County. And we also have as a partner on this Ulster County, and we have already been provided with something in the neighborhood of, well, actually 2 grants from the National Endowment for the Arts for the festival. Each of those in the neighborhood is for a total of about 100,000 from them. So we're asking for support for our grant application. There is $0 impact to the city of Kingston for this grant application.
Thank you, Maggie. Any questions for Maggie on this one? If not, the committee report reads, Office of Grants Management to request endorsement of TransArt and Cultural Services Incorporated's 2021 CFA application for a grant from the Environmental Protection Fund under the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation for restoration of the Burger Matthews House. That's the correct wording there?
No, there are 2 resolutions. You just read the second one. The first one is for Empire State Development, Market New York, to strengthen tourism and attract visitors.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I went too far. Right. So this reads to request endorsement of TransArt and Cultural Services Incorporated's 2021 CFA application for a grant from the Market New York program under New York State Empire State Development Plan, State Development for a marketing initiative to promote Pinkster 2022, a creative placemaking festival celebrating the 400-year history of African Americans in the city and environs of the city of Kingston. Estimated financial impact, $0. Do we have a motion? Michelle Hirsch, second. Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? Nope. I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Unanimous. All right. Then the next one
is for the final phase of the completion of our building. This is for the restoration of the Burger Matthews House, at the corner of Furnace and Henry. Most of the building, or the building itself, will be complete this year. And this is for the final phase, which is the pavilion and trellis behind the building, which will be public access space.
Okay, great.
So it is almost 100% as originally conceived, and in our very first OPRHP grant almost 10 years ago. So this is the last one.
Great.
Is that a question, Michelle?
Bill Hirsch?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I actually was I had to go by there last night and it looks fabulous, and congratulations. So
thank you. We're almost
All right. Any other questions for Maggie? Okay, hearing none. The committee report reads, Office of Grants Management to request endorsement of TransArt and Cultural Services Incorporated's 2021 CFA application for a grant from the Environmental Protection Fund under the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation for restoration of the Burger Matthews House, 105 to 107 Henry Street. Estimated financial impact, $0. Do we have a motion? Michelle Hirsch, second by Steve Shabbat. Any discussion? Nope. In that case, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Wonderful. Thank you, Maggie. We appreciate the work you all are doing over there.
Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
No, we will now that we've had your smile. Thanks.
Or at least tomorrow or whatever.
All right.
I think we're done with grants.
That's the end of the grants. Now we get the John Toohey show. I would recommend you stay for that. Hello, John.
Hi, I'm still awake.
Excellent. So we've got two items here. The first is the financial report, 2020 financial report. This is pages 1 through 75 of our agenda packet.
Yeah. There's two things. There's our annual financial report, and then there's also this leads into the fund balance discussion, which is the second piece of this. This annual financial report is our interim report to New York State. It is a report for 2020 year. These results will end up getting audited. It'll be later this year when we have those numbers. Typically, our numbers don't change a lot from our interim report to the audit report. So, if you're trying to get an idea of fund balance, et cetera, take a look through this report. It's the best information we have right now in 2020 fund balance. So I've already spoken to some of this earlier tonight and at other times in other finance meetings earlier this year. But our 2020 results were favorable. We've mentioned that before. I mentioned earlier tonight that the big part of that was the city ended up $3 million underspent in the budget versus actual. A lot of that was, as we know, when the pandemic hit earlier in 2020, the city buttoned up the hatches. We cut spending. We weren't backfilling positions. We reduced overtime. We made other adjustments. Revenue ended up, fortunately, rebounding. Sales tax ended up actually being over budget. We ended up getting all of our state aid. So we ended up with a surplus. The letter that you have explains in a little more detail, but essentially we ended up our unassigned fund balance, and I'm looking at my notes here, my eyes are failing me a little bit later at night. Our unassigned fund balance increased to $9,242,518, which is 21.4% of our general fund budget. Okay, so that's very favorable results. And I figured it's a good time to, it's been a number of years, it's actually been almost 8 years since the Common Council has made any changes to its fund balance policy. Our fund balance policy that we have in place right now has been around for a number of years. It really isn't necessarily tied to our current economic situation. And as with any policy, I think it's good to, take a peek at it and look at it from time to time. And so that's what I plan to do tonight, Rennie. Do you still have the appetite for me to go through this PowerPoint? And I'll try to get through as quickly as I can.
I do. I'll leave it up to other folks. I mean, it's what, 10, 15 minutes, right?
I think so. I mean, I'll try to get through it pretty briskly. There's some backup information as well that's in the packet, some information from the National Government Finance Officers Association. I'll leave that reading material for everyone to look at on their own time. But yeah, I think I can get through it pretty quick.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready for you to allow me to share my screen whenever you're ready.
All right, that's up to you.
Okay. Let me know when you're. Can I go ahead and do that? It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Yeah, Alyssa has to give you that power.
1 second.
Sure.
There you go.
Okay. Can you see it, or?
Yep.
Or do you see my windows? Do you just see the actual presentation?
I see it as, there you go. Yeah, now it's the real deal.
Okay. Okay. So you have a printout of this as well. So what I wanted to go through tonight, the main topics were what is fund balance and how is it different from contingency? As you know, we talk about these items a lot. We talk about contingency, fund balance. Sometimes, we use these terms interchangeably. There is a difference. I wanted to just quickly touch base on that. The benefits of having adequate fund balance levels, setting the fund balance policy levels, and managing fund balance levels. What is contingency? I think we all know what this is. It is a current year budgetary account that's used to establish to fund unexpected expenses. This is basically our buffer for emergencies. We know, we use it during the year for different things that come up. Whatever we don't use just gets rolled back into the fund balance at the end of the year. And unused monies in the budget factor, the operating surplus and deficit any year rolled back into fund balance. The fund balance is a stationary account. It is the accumulation of all operating surpluses and deficits since the inception of government operations. If you're familiar with financial statements, it's basically our equity. It's the corporate equivalent of retained earnings. It doesn't necessarily represent cash that we have in the bank. It is, at any point in time, it's the excess of assets over liabilities. It's basically since the inception from when the city formed back in 100 years ago, this is what we've accumulated. And for the city of Kingston, it's less than 3 months of savings that we've accumulated in our history. I mean, that's what we have. We're under 3 months, but I'll get into that a little bit more in a minute. So what are the benefits of having adequate fund balance? I think we know a lot of this, but just a refresher, sufficient cash flow is important. In the past, we didn't have sufficient cash flow. We had to do short-term borrowings against future revenue collections. Our bond rating is AA-. It's gone up two rankings since we've had a stronger fund balance, a buffer against economic downturns, and it protects against the volatility of revenue expenditures. I think the COVID's a great example of how volatile revenues and expenses can be. Recessions, state budget cuts. We also have seasonal cash flow issues with tax collection that's primarily in the beginning of the year. So what is the proper fund balance level? And this is a question that's come up a number of times. We've talked about it. What is that proper fund balance level? New York State weighs in, and what they say is governments can carry over a reasonable amount of unassigned fund balance, but they do not define what is reasonable. They leave it to each government, and particularly the Common Council or the legislative board of any government, to determine what that is. There's a number of factors that they cite that I will get into in a minute, but it is variable just based upon the different dynamics of a government. Actually, let me take one step back here. Although they don't define what a reasonable amount is, in the presentations I've seen from New York State, they do reference examples of 15% or 2 months. I've seen both of those in their examples. 2 months would be 16.67%, and the other example being 15%. Once again, they don't define that amount, but in their examples, those are numbers they used. Government Finance Officers Association, which is a national organization that treasurers throughout the United States that municipal governments are members of. It's kind of like not our oversight, but it's our association. They recommend at a minimum that municipalities, regardless of their size, have a fund balance of no less than 2 months of regular general fund operating revenue or regular general fund operating expenses. So Their minimum recommendation is 16.67%.
John, I have a question.
Sure.
But you said it's actually not cash in the bank, it's not money, it's actually our assets minus our liabilities?
Right. So in a perfect example, yeah, I mean, right. So it really just depends on how liquid we are, right? So for an example, if all your assets are cash, your fund balance may be pretty close to your cash levels. But with the city of Kingston, and this is probably a good lead in, even though our fund balance went up significantly from 2019 to 2020, our actual cash in the bank at the end of the year declined because of receivables. Is a big part of that. Receivables, whether it's grant receivables, whether it's property tax receivables. Some of it is capital receivables. But overall, our liquidity actually declined year over year, despite our fund balance increasing.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, I mean, if you take like assets, your assets would be cash, receivables, prepaid expenses, things like that. So you have that on one side. On your other side, you have liabilities, accounts payable, other accrued liabilities, could be like payroll payable. And it's the net, which is your fund balance. It's your assets minus your liabilities. But our short-term liquidity, what we actually have in the bank, is down. I mean, it's still significant, but it didn't increase as did fund balance because our receivables went up. We have a lot of projects ongoing, and those projects require funding, and we tend to fund projects with available cash before we actually borrow, before we go out to borrow that cash, right? So we tend to borrow on a reimbursement basis, and that requires cash flow. Does that help, Don?
Thank you very much. Yes.
So what are some of the factors to consider when setting the fund balance policy levels? Your exposure to unbudgeted cash outlays. Just flipping my notes here. There could be capital, like I mentioned. A big one for us is union contract settlements when they come up. Sometimes you have contracts that settle for a number of years at a time. In our case right now, we are out of contract with all of our unions. We're past contract. Two of the unions, our contracts expired at the end of 2019. The third union expired at the end of last year. So at some point, they will settle, and there could be retro pay, and it's for things like this potentially. Other legal settlements, things like that. Volatility of revenues and expenditures. Talked about COVID, state budget cuts, economic conditions. You have seasonality of revenues and expenditures. The vast majority of our revenue is collected in the first half of the year. That revenue has to last us until the following tax collection season, which begins in January of each year. I mentioned liquidity. What is our cash level? And experience in prior fiscal years. How good is your budgeting? The closer you get to your budget targets, you might be able to get by with just a little bit less fund balance. And if the opposite's the case, then you're going to need even more fund balance. So managing fund balance in excess of target amounts established by policy. So our current policy was included in the packet. At one point, the city had a policy where we just had a minimum of 10%. It's a pretty generic policy. It's probably a similar policy to what a lot of municipalities have. It's kind of like a set and forget type of policy. They throw a number out there. As long as you meet that, there's nothing the common council has to do. Doesn't really require active management. Doesn't necessarily do the best job for that municipality. It's just something to tell your auditors you have, and to tell the rating agencies, look, yeah, we have a policy, but it's not helping financially manage that municipality to a great degree. A number of years ago, about 8 years ago, we changed the policy to have a range, and we put a range in there. And at that point, the range was 10 to 13%. Our fund balance was below that level, but we had planned on making a presentation to the rating agencies. We're trying to get our bond rating increased, and we're trying to be optimistic with our finances. So we put this policy in place, and it served us well at that time. But 8 years have passed, and it's time to take another look at it. So it leads into questions that we get asked all the time, right? So we talk about our fund balance and what do we do with our fund balance when the fund balance level goes beyond that threshold that's defined in the policy. What I have here is supported by not just myself. I mean, these are things I believe in. GFOA speaks about these things. The state controller speaks about these things. And these are some of the preferred ways to spend down your fund balance, or to get that fund balance back in to that target range. And these are generally ideas and thoughts and things that we've put in place in the past. They tend to be things that we come back to from year to year. The first one being the one-shot expenditures, target expenditures that don't occur annually, such as equipment and capital, judgments. Past years, we've used fund balance that's below or in excess of the threshold to pay as you go equipment. We tend to focus on short-term equipment rather than bond it. It makes sense to use the fund balance to pay for equipment that we otherwise would have borrowed for, which saves taxpayer interest costs. And we've also, I should say, we've used the fund balance to pay down retirement system amortization, which recently was fully paid. And so we no longer have those on the book. So it's really helped us in that regard. And it's really helped us in our bond rating. And, I'm not at a point where I can put together a presentation, but I wouldn't be surprised if we wouldn't be on the, just from talking to Noah, on the verge of another upgrade if we really pushed it. So, it's helped. So the next item is reducing debt principal. Another item that when we've had fund balance beyond the threshold, I've come to the council in consultation with the mayor and other individuals of basically taking the fund balance and paying off short-term debt. We tend to focus on the short-term borrowing, or the borrowings for short-term items. It produces budgetary relief. It actually provides short-term tax relief, helps our credit ratings, saves taxpayer interest. The top two items are really the key items here. And the third item is cautiously review opportunities for future property tax relief, keeping in mind that one-shot revenues should not be used to fund recurring expenditures, and that can result in unstable tax rates. Really what that's saying is, and these are some warnings that are in some of the literature I've read, and we tend not to do this, is that you got to be careful with appropriating too much fund balance in any given year, because you're setting your municipality up to raise taxes potentially in the following year. So when you're using fund balance to appropriate fund balance, you want to use it for something potentially that's a one shot, like like equipment, capital, things of that nature. So our current policy requires the city to maintain a fund balance level between 10 and 13%. That was put in place, I believe, in July 2013. That's the last time that was changed. Prior to that, it was a minimum requirement of 10%. And at the time, I mentioned this before, the policy was put in place. Our finances, our bond rating were significantly weaker than they are today. Our bond rating is 2 notches above where it was. And at one point in time, when I started here, our fund balance was well below 10%. So we've been able to increase that. So potential action plan. Going back, our policy right now requires the Common Council to strive to maintain a fund balance between a certain targeted level. So although it doesn't require that action to take place until the audit is done, I'm pretty confident that our fund balance level will still be pretty close to where it is now. It'll at least require action by the council. So I think it would be wise to take some action now, because some of it is time sensitive. So I'm going to get into it. Best practice, reviewing the policy. We may want to consider updating the policy with thresholds to support the city's long-term stable position. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we haven't updated policy in a number of years. Our finances have certainly changed. It's not the same city of Kingston that we were 10 years ago, certainly from a financial standpoint and in a lot of other ways. If we updated the policy with a target of 13 to 20%, that would meet the city's fiscal needs. I think it gives us a little bit of latitude. It's a wide range. It allows us a little bit of latitude when it goes over, and a little bit of latitude when it's under. And in terms of specifics, what I would recommend is allocating of the fund balance just over 1.6 million to pay down short-term debt. This is related to mainly short-term equipment, so that we could provide near-term tax relief to our taxpayers. This single action would reduce our debt payment on our outstanding debt by approximately $400,000. That action by itself would equate to a tax relief of over 2%. So I think that would be excellent for our taxpayers. Combination of these actions would reduce the city's unaudited unassigned fund balance to approximately 7.1 million, which would get it down to approximately 16.5%, pending final 2020 audit results. And obviously, whatever we do in 2021 will change that again, and then we may have to make similar decisions down the line. I do think it's just something that on an annual basis, we're just going to have to manage that fund balance. And I think it's a good situation for the city to be in. Having a policy with a threshold, high and low, requires active fiscal management by myself, by the council, by the mayor. And I think these actions help improve our finances. And I think it's the right thing for the taxpayers. Long-term, beyond this, I can already see when we're looking at the 2022 budget, we may want to take additional fund balance and use that to appropriate it in the budget rather than bond for it. So, that's one of the recommendations earlier of what to do with excess fund balance. I wouldn't recommend it for all capital that we plan on acquiring next year, but certainly our short-term equipment, some vehicles, any shorter lived assets that we would be looking at. And I guess that is it. So I'm going to stop my share. Is there any questions on that? Don?
The great presentation, John. I learned stuff, and thank you very much for taking us through that. Is a tax refund something that the city should be looking at?
I don't think so, Don. I'm not aware of municipalities doing that. I really don't know how you would even admit.
Okay, or a reduction in our property tax.
I think there's a way, right? So I think when you're looking at reduction in your property tax, and that was like that third bullet point of an action item, the first thing is the debt payment alone. If everything else stayed the same, the debt payment alone will reduce the tax levy by 2% next year. So I think that's one thing. I think another item is with the surplus we had in 2020, we may want to revisit some of the estimates for next year's budget. There might be an opportunity to squeeze the numbers just a little bit more based upon our history. But yeah, you could, but once again, this is where you got to be careful in appropriating. You don't want to appropriate fund balance just for the sake of lowering taxes, because you're going to structurally imbalance your budget. If we could do it to acquire equipment if we can pay down debt to get the natural budget lower, that would be the way to go.
And what about our sewer fund, the ticking time bomb of our sewers that need to be replaced?
In what regard, Don? How is it doing?
We have a sewer fund, right?
Yes.
And my understanding is that, that we've only made serious investments in our sewer upgrades in the last, since Steve has been elected. I mean, very, very little before that was done and should have been started 20 years ago. And now we find ourselves in a real problem because we have miles and miles of almost failing sewer pipes. And so this is a major investment that we need to make. And I know we have a sewer fund.
Mm-hmm.
Could that be another priority, where we could assign a percentage each year of our fund balance towards a sewer fund?
Well, yes and no. The general fund is separate from the sewer fund, so you wouldn't transfer money from the general fund to the sewer fund. The sewer fund actually has its own fund balance. The sewer fund has a fund balance. It's not nearly as significant. I mean, on the books, it's negative because of some weird, I won't get into the accounting lingo, but you have to accrue. The sewer fund has a different method of accounting than the general fund. You have to accrue like retiree benefit costs. That
right.
It's a funny.
I'm just saying, if we institutionalized a way to help pay for the upgrade of our sewer system over the next 10 or 20 years,
I think for that we'd have to look within the sewer fund and what we can do. I do think that there is, when Noah gave his presentation, I think there's still capacity through borrowing, especially with our credit rating, for sewer projects. They have a long payback period. When you're talking about the impact of borrowing the sewer fund on these 30-year projects, it's much less significant than the impact of $1 million of equipment spending in the general fund. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, Don, but I think they're two separate issues, but I think the capacity is there in the sewer fund to borrow or fund for these projects.
And if you paid down, a separate question, if you paid down, as you suggested, the short-term debt,
yeah,
the $6 million, might that create an uptick in our credit rating?
It's all part of the package. I mean, it's all part of the the overall. There's not one thing that would guarantee us a credit rating increase, but it's those actions of, and just to clarify, it's 1.6 million, but that alone would help keep it would reduce our debt. Right now, just to give you an idea, in the general fund, the borrowing that we had last August, and it's a short-term borrowing, was 12.5 million. This would allow me to pay off an additional 1.6 million of that, in addition to our regularly scheduled payments. So it's not paying it all off; it's just paying chunks of it off. But it does help our overall financial picture. It's these little steps that we've done over, I don't know, probably over the last 5 to 7 years of annual paying off retirement system amortizations, pay-as-you-go capital, paying off bands. That's what's helped us get our numbers to where they are now.
Yeah, it's great work. And are you asking us for anything tonight?
Yeah. What I'm recommending is to approve the use of that number, the 1.6 million of fund balance, to pay down the debt. That debt payment is due in August, so it would be helpful to have that passed.
Well, I think that's a great idea, and I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. And then the second item would be to adjust the fund balance policy to have a wider targeted threshold of 13 to 20%.
Personally, I'm not convinced of that piece. I don't know if you're ready. Should we make a motion to discuss that?
We have to have a committee report first.
They're both in there. They're both in the packet.
What page? I couldn't find them.
I don't know.
I was looking at the end, 258 here.
I don't know, I'd have to,
Oh, wait, I found him. Sorry.
okay.
So this is the one. Okay, this is the one that Don was just talking about. Okay.
So however you want to handle this, if you want to put the one through and talk about the other, if you want to talk about them both. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand, so it might be helpful to have the discussion about the thresholds first.
Well, is this time sensitive? Because we're now getting towards midnight. It's if we table the conversation until next month, would that be a problem for you, or do we need to have this now?
It would be problematic for the debt pay down.
So then I would suggest we discuss that and talk about the fund balance range at next month's meeting. I'm personally in favor of paying down that short-term debt. But
Is that okay, John?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, there's no action that the city has to take right now regarding the fund balance level because our policy speaks to when the audited numbers come out. It's just, for me, the time sensitive piece was if we got past August, we couldn't have used the fund balance to pay down debt because that's a once a year debt payment that would have passed. So I want to make sure
Let's do that. And then it might be helpful if you could make the presentation you gave to us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Council, in some shape or form.
I didn't hear you, Rennie.
I was saying it might be helpful. It might be helpful if you could give that presentation, your PowerPoint presentation, to the other members of the council in some way, shape, or form, so that they would understand the importance of shifting the debt range.
I can email it out to them. I won't. You and I talked earlier today. I won't be, if we're to try to do it at the council meeting in July, I won't be there.
Right, but I'm just saying if there's some point down the line, where you can meet with 2 or 3 of them, or at least go over questions they might have.
Sure. Yeah, I'll make a note. I mean, I'll get it out to them and maybe have that discussion with them.
Okay. So the committee report then for paying down the short-term debt from the comptroller authorized the usage of $1.635 million in fund balance in the general fund to pay down existing short-term debt. This action will provide near-term tax relief and aid in bringing fund balance levels within the targeted range set by city policy. So that means moving to a 1995-019.5906 $1.635 million bond anticipation note principal from a 1999 $5901 $1.635 million fund balance, estimated financial impact $1.635 million. You've got all the 9s. Kristen had all the 6s. You've got all the 9s. So Don, you made a motion. Do we have a second? Michelle Hirsch. Yeah. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Great. That's unanimous.
Okay,
All right.
John, I'll be looking for that credit bump.
And Randy, you'll keep it on the agenda for next month, the fund balance policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So our next items of business require us to go into executive session. So we need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing issues with our attorney. So we got Michelle Hirsch on that, second by Steve Shabbat. We will also want to invite Dan Baker into that session. So all in favor? Yep, good, okay. So everyone, Alyssa texted us the number to call. Remember that there were a couple of other people who chimed in here. The initial text was from Elissa. Do not mention the numbers here in public.
Hey, Rennie, can you forward that to me?
Yes. Shoot. Yes.
Where's the number?
It's a text from Elissa that came at 6, well, I don't know if it came at 6:54, but a number of people responded to it about the sound. So
I'll send it to you, Don.
Thanks.
I sent Dan Baker, I just sent it to you, and Don, you were included in the original text where I sent it.
Got it. Thank you.
okay, I just sent it to. Now you got it twice. You can call in twice. Remember to turn off your camera and your audio here, please.
Welcome, and thank you for choosing free conference. Welcome, and thank you for choosing freeconferencecall.com. You're helping people around the world communicate for free. Please enter your access
Dan, you got to mute.
followed by the pound.
Why even bother with going to sleep now? All right, we're waiting on Don here.
I have several old business items I want to get out on the table tonight before we go.
You can do that, but the rest of us are going to leave. All right, there we go. Okay, so we have a committee report from Corporation Counsel authorizing a settlement in the amount of $70,000 against 3 defendants in the Washington Avenue Tunnel lawsuit. Do we have a motion? Don Tollerman makes the motion. Michelle Hirsch is the second. All right, since there's no discussion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Anyone opposed? My friends, we are finished. So motion to adjourn.
But it's
Michelle
the next
Hirsch.
day, Rennie.
Second, what's that?
Michelle pointed out there may be a procedural problem because we're now in June 10th. We're no longer in June 9th.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 11th. It's now tomorrow.
No. It's still whatever date it is in Nebraska. That's our official place. All right, so I guess everybody's in favor for adjourning.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Sleep well. See you soon. Take care.